Hey, Austin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Lisa.
So a lot of the microphones, except for the chair and for the president, I believe, we have to push the button down. So if somebody is speaking and you don't hear them, you might just remind the chair.
10-4.
How about this? No, this one's not hot. So,
Mike barely could hear you on that one.
I just checked to see this.
Kevin Matthews.
We ready to go? 5 o'clock? No, ready to start? Well, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name is Steve Mattel. I am the acting chair this evening for the Lane Community College. Rosie Pryor is out. I want to welcome everybody to the first of potentially several budget committee meetings for 2023. Today is May 3rd. Celia, would you begin by calling to everybody to order?
Yes. Mike Eister,
Here.
Austin Fulnagi,
Here.
Lisa Fragola,
Present.
Holly Johnson,
Here.
Steve Mattel,
Here.
Rosie Pryor, Angela Van Kraus,
Present.
Holly Bauer Shaper,
Here.
Siobhan Cancel,
Here.
Sue Fahey,
Here.
Celine Swenson Harris,
Here.
Hillary Kittleson,
Here.
Kevin Matthews,
Here.
Ian Winbrock.
Here. Well, great, thank you. We have close to a full house. Thanks for everybody for being here. We'll do introductions in just a moment. Before we do that, I'd like to ask Mike Eister to lead us with the land recognition.
I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homeland of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted and destroyed. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I know everybody just had a moment to say here or I when their name was called, but it would be nice to have a moment of self-introductions. We don't all get to see each other very frequently. If we could start at the end of the table, just reintroduce yourself, the part of the community that you come from, anything else you'd like to say briefly, and then we'll go to the folks online.
I'm Kevin Matthews. I breed rare horses in East Lane County. I've been an educator, an entrepreneur, and a community volunteer for many years. Thank you.
Celine Swenson Harris, I use she, her pronouns. I am a Springfield resident. I'm Lisa Fragola's appointee to the Budget Committee, and I've served on this Budget Committee, I believe, since 2018. Thank you.
Sue Fahey, this is my second year on the Budget Committee. My work experience is 20 years at 4J and 11 years at eWeb and a couple of years at Marist Catholic High School.
I'm Hillary Kittleson, live in North Eugene, River Road area, retired finance director, and have been on the Budget Committee about 6 years.
Stephanie Bolger, president of Lane Community College.
Lisa Fragola. I represent the at-large Zone 7 on the LCC Board of Education.
My name is Mike Eister. I'm on the Board of Education, and I'm retired from the University of Oregon and serve on several boards as volunteer.
And my name is Steve Mattel. I'm also a board member here at Lane Community College. This is ending now my second year of service. Let's go to the folks online on Zoom. I'm trying to think of the best way to call you all. I think I'll just do it in the order in which I happen to see you on our screen. Austin, you would be first.
Hi there, Austin Polnicky, representing East Lane County, and yeah, second year on the board.
I'm going to go to Angela.
Good evening. My name is Angela Van Kraus. I represent Zone 2. My pronouns are she, her. In my day job, I'm a healthcare data analyst.
Ian.
Hi there. My name is Ian Winbrock. This is my third year of service. I'm the appointee for Zone 1, and I'm a former community college transfer student. I work at the University of Oregon in a social science research center, where I'm also a part-time graduate student.
Holly.
Hi, good evening. Holly Johnson. I represent Zone 1, and I'm on the Board of Education at Lane Education, or Lane, sorry, Lane CC.
So we have two Hollies. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Holly Shaper. I am a Springfield resident. My day job, I work as a statistician for Oregon Social Learning Center, and I was appointed by Mike Eister.
Great. And then Siobhan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Siobhan Cancel. I use she, her pronouns. My day job, wow, I wear many hats. Technically, I am the equity coordinator for United Way, and I live in South Eugene. So forgive me if I don't know what ward that is, but thanks.
Thank you, Siobhan, and thanks for being here. All right, well, we'll move on to our next order of business. That's the election of a chair and vice chair. Do we have a nomination? Call on Mike Eister.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Hillary Kittleston to serve as our chair.
All right, thank you for the nomination. Do I have a second? Oh, excuse me, I think I just was out of order there. I think the next thing that we ask Hillary, do you accept the nomination? Are there any other nominations? All right, well, seeing none, Celia, would you call the roll? My apologies. I think I've spoken out of turn. We've had a nomination. Hillary's accepted. No further nominations. I think I need a second now. Thank you. Lisa seconded.
Mike Eister,
Yes.
Austin Volnaghi,
Yes.
Lisa Fragola, Holly Johnson,
Yes.
Steve Mattel,
Yes.
Rosie Pryor, Angela Van Kraus,
Hi.
Holly Bauer,
Got an aye.
Holly Bauer Shaper,
Yes.
Siobhan Cancel,
Yes.
Sue Fahey,
Yes.
Celine Swenson Harris,
Yes.
Hillary Kittleson, Kevin Matthews,
Yes.
Ian Winbrock.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you so much to everybody and for Hillary for serving. I will walk this gavel down to you so you can take the meeting over.
Okay. So I think our next order of business is to open nominations for vice chair. Our next order of business, thank you, I'm going to need that all evening. Open nominations for vice chair. Steve?
I would like to, excuse me, I would like to nominate Sue Fahey.
Second.
Sue, would you accept that?
I'd be honored to accept.
Any other nominations for vice chair? So I think we're ready for a vote.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Volnaghi,
Aye.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Holly Johnson,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Rosie Pryor, Angela Van Kraus,
Aye.
Holly Bauer Shaper,
Aye.
Siobhan Cancel,
Aye.
Susan Fahey,
Aye.
Celine Swenson Harris,
Yes.
Hillary Kittleson,
Yes.
Kevin Matthews,
Aye.
Ian Winbrock.
Yes.
Okay, we've got it. Boy, this is gonna be just saying here. Okay, press the button. We now have a vice chair. Thank you, Susan. And our next item is an overview of budget responsibilities by Dr. Bolger.
Thank you very much, Hillary Kittleson. The Budget Committee is composed of community members and also the Board of Education. Its responsibilities are primarily two responsibilities. They're responsible for reviewing the proposed budget by the administration and college, and also approving the budget, which then goes to the Board of Education. There are 3 meetings of the Budget Committee, and there is certainly a 4th meeting in case the Budget Committee needs that time. Thank you.
As I'm reading this, is Marlene Roca going to be presenting an overview of Budget Committee purpose and responsibilities? Is that what I'm seeing in the agenda here?
Yes, she is going to do a presentation of the budget message and an orientation to the proposed budget.
Great. Thank you, Marlene. You ready? Okay.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate the effort that everyone has put into this budget proposal, and I hope that I can answer all of your questions, and if not, we will definitely get back to you on the answers for any questions that you have. So, a little difficult to see the screen from here. I'm gonna move this around. Okay, so.
Marlene, if it helps, there's also a monitor there
Okay.
and there.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that I know what I'm looking at. So, so welcome to the Budget Committee, board members, Dr. Bolger, and cabinet members. Appreciate your attendance. Meeting agenda, the purpose of the Budget Committee, we're going to cover that, budget message highlights. We're going to look at the orientation to budget documents, where public comment. We're going to address committee discussion and information requests and look at the budget schedule, as well as look at our resources. So the purpose of the Budget Committee is outlined in ORS 294. We have to have a minimum quorum of half, which we do, thank you. We conduct a public hearing and review the budget. We listen to comments and questions. We consider public input and budget deliberations. The Budget Committee cannot approve personal employee contracts or salary levels. They can approve property tax rates if they're submitted, and they can approve budget and commend to the governing body. So the Budget Committee role is not to directly establish or eliminate specific programs or services, and it's approved by majority vote. Next slide. Okay. So here are highlights. We're proposing a budget of $338 million. The general fund proposed budget is 95.7, million. In preparing for the budget, we looked at our revenue, our expenditures. We looked at the current economy, looked at forecasts, and we also made a significant effort to look at advancing our enrollment and continuing to increase, taking on the challenges that come with increasing costs, trying to minimize those expenditures in the future. We addressed opportunities for enrollment challenges. We have established a forward lane fund, retention initiatives. We want our students to come back. That we don't want to lose them. We want to come back. We want them to come back. We want them here and continuing in their education and to be successful. We want to expand our healthcare services, and we want to improve our website, and we also want to make sure that we invest in our students. So off to the side here, you can see that we have our vision, our mission, and our strategic goals are listed for your review. In planning, we had revenue levers and expenditure levers. Our levers included a $6.50 increase in tuition, which is actually the higher price index was 5.2, and this was 39 cents less than that index. We look to increase student enrollment and retention, and we're looking at Future Ready Oregon, $30 million opportunity there. We are also looking to grow our international programs. Our expenditure levers were to reduce the materials and services expenses. Part of our and we made some cuts there in certain areas. We reduced major maintenance funding. We're holding vacant positions open, and we are staggering hiring and reorganizing our operational efficiencies and restructuring. So a lot of things happening to help us balance the budget. So PERS is a big item of discussion. PERS happens to be one of our most largest expenditures. And this last year, we took the PEERS and our PEERS bond, and we redid it. We refinanced it. So we took advantage of the interest rates, and that helped us to save some money so that it helped us reduce our OPE by 2%. So instead of 66%, I believe it was 66%, it is now 64%. Yes, that's the first bullet point there. The college has used in the past $860,000 of its reserve through fiscal year 18 through 2022. We did not take that reserve this last year. So we are ending with a $1.2 million balance in our PERS fund. We're expecting total projected contributions to increase by 17.1 million between 2027 and 2029. So a lot to consider when making a budget. Next slide. So general fund is our operating funds. We have two, General Fund 1 and the Admin Restricted Fund 9. The purpose of the general fund is, the proposed general fund, I'm sorry, was 95.7 million. It's an 11% decrease from last year. The proposed restricted fund is 18.7 million. Personal services and expenditures are approximately 79% of the general fund, Fund 1. And the purpose of Fund 9 is the proposed increase into Fund 9 is primarily due to the internal accounting changes and the recording of tied in court revenue through international programs.
Austin has his hand raised. I wasn't sure if you wanted to take questions during the meeting.
Sure, sure. Austin?
Just a clarification. Was that 0.11% or was that 11% decrease in the previous slide?
I saw 0.11%.
It's 0.11% decrease.
Gotcha. Not 11%, 0.11%. Okay. Thank you.
0.11, yes,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
no problem. Okay. Orientation to budget materials. So just wanted to thank a few people who helped with our budget. Alejandra Gonzalez, she's our senior budget analyst. She's hiding over there in the corner. Tatiana Bartina, she is our former internal budget director. Maria Montez, our staff accountant, who is on leave and had her twins today. So we got to see some pictures. That was really exciting. I'd also like to thank Scott Hutchins, our facilities management and planning accountant, for his help with our construction projections, and Gloria Jarvis, our grant accountant, for helping us with the grant portion of the budget. So and then we would like to thank our artist, Patrick Price, and Stephanie Wallen for the graphic design. So orientation to budget documents. General Fund 1 and Administrative Restricted Fund 9 schedules are on page 39 through 47 of your proposed budget packets. Capital and debt funds information is pages 52 through 60. The auxiliary funds 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are on pages 65 through 71. And then the appendix also includes information on the college structure and vision and activities. And the remaining pages of the document describe LLC's revenue sources, functions, expenditures, policies, and affirmative action, equal opportunity employment statements. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next item, which is a time for public comment. And Celia, how were you managing that? Are you going to be calling people?
Yes, we have people who signed up for in person as well as on
Okay,
Zoom.
so I'll let you start.
Great. We'll start with Adrian Mitchell.
Esteemed members of the Board of Education and Budget Committee, my name is Adrienne Mitchell. I serve as president of the faculty union representing the part-time and full-time faculty at LCC. I'm going to be reading the first part of a statement that was signed by our LCCEF leader colleagues, along with all of the officers of the LCCEA and all of the officers of the Student Government Association. We are writing and speaking on a matter of public concern. We urge you to not approve the proposed FY24 budget and to ask the administration to present a new fiscally responsible plan instead. Unless there is an unanticipated dramatic increase in student enrollment, the proposed budget will propel LCC into a serious fiscal crisis next year and necessitate major program and service eliminations. The proposed budget document balances the budget by using $4,398,890 of the general fund ending fund balance, well over half of the general fund ending fund balance. This is on page 38 of the printed budget document. According to the proposed budget, the general fund ending fund balance will have only $3.4 million at the end of FY24. This plan is not consistent with BP 245, which requires a 10% reserve in the general fund. While on rare occasions, some of the ending fund balance has been used to balance the budget, the amounts have been considerably more conservative and only used when there are also sufficient reserves across all funds. LCC just restored the general fund ending fund balance through careful, responsible budget planning over a 3-year period in accordance with BP 245. The proposed budget would not only wipe away the majority of the ending fund balance in Fund 1, it would also take total reserves across all funds, not including bond funds and others restricted for construction projects, down to a total of $9.6 million, an amount lower than any year since 2007. Other options are possible. For example, the Budget Development Subcommittee passed budget balancing scenarios that would reduce the budgeted amounts for M&S, materials and services, by up to $1.7 million from the projected FY24 amounts based on a thorough review of actual spending this year. Please note this is actually only a decrease from this year's budget of less than $500,000. Instead, the proposed budget increases M&S allocations for Funds 1 and 9 by $1.4 million to a total of more than $19 million for M&S in these two funds. The Budget Development Subcommittee also passed budget balancing scenarios that would hold some of the 44 vacant positions from all employee categories open for next year, a typical strategy used to balance the budget. Buck Potter, the Vice President for Labor Relations for the LCCEF, will be reading the second half of this statement. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Rory Smith.
There's that, I think that.
My name's on there.
Right, we're gonna go back and forth between Zoom and
Okay.
Do you mind if you
Hello.
actually have him
Can everybody hear me?
so that we can get the whole letter in one fell swoop, because it might be distracting to have it broken up that way.
Okay, Rory, if you can just hold 1 second.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Buck Potter.
Thank you. I'm Buck Potter, LCCEF Vice President of Labor Relations. The second half of the letter, in addition, LCCEA proposed the postponement of extra faculty positions that are not required by the contract to 2024-2025 to ensure stability across years. The administration declined this proposal, stating that a preference to maintain management rights to add positions 1 year in order to make layoffs the next year, noting that entrenchments allow the college to make structural adjustments in response to student needs. Instead of implementing reasonable cost containment measures, it appears that the administration has created a proposed budget that entirely balances the budget by draining reserves at an alarming rate of more than half of the general fund ending fund balance. While state funding will not reach what we collectively would like for legislation to allocate, State funding is increasing by approximately 6% for the next biennium. Tuition has been increased by 5% by the Board of Education, and property tax revenue will increase as well. For all these reasons, we have no confidence in the budget planned for FY24. We urge you not to not approve the proposed 2023-2024 budget and ask the administration to present a new fiscally responsible plan instead. There is time for a new plan to be developed and approved before the end of June in accordance with Oregon public budget law. Voting to approve the proposed budget would thrust LCC into a serious fiscal crisis next year unless there is an unanticipated and dramatic enrollment growth. Our campus community and people of Lane County, whom you represent, are counting on you to make fiscally responsible decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rory Smith, go ahead.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just zooming in to urge everyone to consider any financial alternatives to closing the student healthcare clinic. I think that it's really important to consider the vital aspect of a physical representation of Lane Community College's commitment to student health. And while telemedicine has been proposed as an alternative, I think it's important to understand that telemedicine doesn't work for all the students and individuals that use the healthcare clinic. And as a member of the student body participating in the nursing program, I can say that a lot of people have reservations about using technology to share their personal information or seek medical advice. And I think that there really is no substitute for in-person care provided by school employees to represent the needs of the student body. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Mort.
I think you all just heard I'm Gary Mort. I'm one of your employees. I'm also a member of your BDS, your Budget Development Subcommittee, and a member of the EA, but I'm not here tonight in any of those capacities. I'm here tonight as a citizen of Lane County and a fellow elected board member. I'm like watching the time clock in my head, and I could try to cram everything in, and a lot of things went through, and then I decided I wasn't going to say very much. This budget itself and the method by which this budget was developed are a travesty. And my phone timed out. Give me a second. Sorry. At this point in time, I literally did this meeting last week in my district. So I think I've got a very good superintendent right now. Okay. But I've been in the position that you are, like, if you're on the board, the information flows to you through a pretty finite set of viewpoints. I work full time. A lot of you expressed you have like very, significant responsibilities. And so like how much time you can spend on your LCC board responsibilities. I understand that. So I understand how information comes to you. But necessarily when information comes to you that tightly, it's a restricted view. And I think you very much need to get a broader view than what has been represented in this budget. I really think you need to understand where this budget document came from. If you adopt this budget, like right now, I feel like you're sort of in a bystander mode for the most part. If you adopt the budget, that moves you like into full participation in what's gone on here. And I would not be able to vote for this budget if I were sitting where you're sitting. I think that's really what I want to say. There's a tiny piece, okay? Our district did a morale survey last spring. We were devastated by it. We've spent our entire year working on the problems it revealed. We've made real changes. Morale in our district is up. LCC did a morale survey last spring. It was fantastically worse than the district that I'm in. I think LCC's made some committees. Probably morale has continued to deteriorate. Things like what has gone on with this budget development process are cratering what's left of it. You're going to have to address that. And if you'd like to talk to me, I'm in your staff directory. So.
Thank you.
Kathleen Lloyd, are you here for public comment? No. Thank you. That's all for public comment.
Thank you very much for all of you who came to speak or virtually came to speak. We really appreciate it. Our next item here is committee discussion and information requests, and I'd actually like to structure it a little bit differently. So first, if any committee members have clarifying questions, that would be the first stage, just so we get some clarifying questions out of the way before we go into discussion or information requests. So does anyone have, Lisa?
I'm not sure who to address this question to, but Marlene said that one of the budget parameters that was built into the budget was increased enrollment, and I'm wondering what that target is.
It's 2% year over year.
So 4% total over the biennium.
Yes.
Yes.
But this budget is fiscal year 24 budget, so it's a one-year budget.
Any other? Mike?
I'd like to ask Dr. Bulger to reiterate, I know it's been explained in the earlier conversation, but to reiterate the process by which this budget was arrived at, just so that it's stated verbally and it's on the record.
Sure, this budget was arrived at in similar ways as last year, is what I understand. I am new here at Lane. One of the elements of that was that the Budget Development Subcommittee of the College Council, which is the college-wide governance group, had meetings to present information to the College Council related to balancing the adopted or the proposed budget, which they did, and they did that on time. And I believe that was in March. The College Council approved those recommendations from the Budget Development Subcommittee, and then those were presented to me as part of the regular process. Part of the process also was, and I should say that on the Budget Development Subcommittee from the administration, we had Marlene Rocha, who was very much a part of that Budget Development Subcommittee, providing information to the Budget Development Subcommittee and being a resource also on that committee. And the finance area, through Marlene Rocha and her team, put together the documents that you see in front of you as well. And so the process was followed very clearly, very similarly to last year.
Any other clarifying questions? Lisa?
So a Future Ready Oregon grant was discussed to help balance this budget. Have we already had that money designated to us, or is it a hope that that money will be designated to us?
I could take that one as well. What you saw in the information presented today is that Future Ready Oregon, there's $30 million there. My understanding is that the state is going to be allocating funds through the Future Ready Oregon grant in a total of $30 million. And so that is there because we intend to seek some of those funds for the budget next year.
So we won't get 30 million, we'll get a portion of that 30 million.
We're very, very hopeful that with strategic projects and initiatives that we will get a portion of that.
Steve. Thank you. Dr. Bulger, maybe you or one of your staff could just give us some insight into how the 2% enrollment increase was settled on, right? And just give a little more context. In years past, we have not met our enrollment targets, and that has put downward pressure on the budget towards the end of the year. I also know that this year we've seen a change, and we have for the first time in a long time seen enrollment increases over the past term and past year. So if you could just give us a sense of some context there as to why you chose 2% and the reasons you think you can achieve it.
We were being incredibly conservative with the 2%. You might recall that 2% was in last year's budget, fiscal year 23's budget. And what's happened this year, we're very encouraged by the winter term enrollment, which was up 7.4%. We're also encouraged by the spring term enrollment. I think it's 4.9%, if I'm right about that, at week 5. And so we're very, very encouraged that those numbers will continue because we have so many new students who are coming to us. And our intention is to focus on retention so that we're retaining the students that we have. And through those efforts, we are very, very optimistic that we will have a positive enrollment number going into next year.
Steve? Given that recent history has us exceeding those 2% numbers that you're hoping for next year, it would be useful for me to have information at a following budget committee meeting that gives us a sense of how much additional revenue we might have, how much we'd be able to chip away against the reserves that we're committing at this point going forward. For every additional student, every additional percent, I'll leave it to you to decide how to present that information. But if we exceed that 2% by something, if we could have some sense of what that would translate to, it would be useful.
Certainly.
And I'm not seeing who it is.
Austin.
Austin, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. In regards to the public comment that was made, especially in regards to materials and supplies, I believe it was over $1 million on page 38 of additional funds for that. Now, I know you and I have discussed about making sure that we don't have a culture of scarcity with materials and resources and things like that. Is that the methodology behind that, is to make sure that staff and faculty have the resources necessary for entrepreneurial projects and to take on different programs and project plans and so forth? Can you express a little bit about that in regards to that additional funding?
Marlene, I wonder if you can speak to the increase in M&S, some of the licenses and some of the other areas that are going to increase.
One of the major places that was increasing was our insurances.
While Marlene is looking for some information, I'll just mention also that part of this fund, part of the increase, it's really not an increase. It's actually what we did with something called Forward Lane. You may have seen that in the presentation. You might hear me say lane forward or forward lane. But what that is basically reinvesting in the college, taking a very, very small percentage of the M&S funds to reinvest in the college in innovative and strategic projects that are going to be devoted to advancing student success in the institution. And what's notable about that fund is that it's going to support individuals in the institution to work collaboratively, work together in order to advance the institution. So that amount of money, it's a very small amount of money. It's taken from the M&S with no impact to current services and obligations. And it's about $260,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other areas of increase include the IT infrastructure and utilities.
Any other questions? I have one, and that is a question about the anticipated FY23 ending fund balance, and what is your latest information on that, because that really will drive how much of a crisis we think we're in.
So 3 ending fund balance?
Yes.
We're looking at 3.6 million.
That the college would end this year with 3.6 million and begin next year with 3.6 million?
No, we're looking at a deficit in the Fund 1 of 3.6, which means that we have spent from our beginning reserves 1 point, the difference. So we're ending with our beginning fund will be reduced by 3.6 million. That will bring us to 7.8 million. And then our projection going forward for fiscal year 24 is that we will spend an additional 4.4 million of the 7.8 million. So our balance will end up being 3.4 at the end of fiscal year 24. So we will be this year and next tapping into our reserves to balance and stay in balance and meet our expenditures.
Any other questions before we move on to discussion and then information requests? So Lisa and then Steve.
Yeah, I had a question about PERS because Marlene, you said that we were saving 2%, but then it also says that LCC will face an estimated PERS increase of up to 3.5 million in the 2023-2025 biennium. So I'm just trying to reconcile that, like, how are we decreasing everything by 2%, but increasing by this amount?
It's the OPE that was decreased by 2%. From 66 to 64%. Part of that was the savings that we incurred due to restructuring the bond, the PERS bond. But the expenditures coming forward that we will be experiencing have not changed.
So we will see an increase in PERS expenses overall, even though we're seeing a decrease in the OPE.
That is correct.
Steve?
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. I saw in emails, I believe today, but perhaps yesterday as well, a series of questions asked by board member Angela Van Kraus, and also budget committee member Sue Fahey. I just wanted to know if there are other sets of questions that are out there partially circulating amongst board and budget committee members. And if not, if those two sets of questions have been circulated to all committee members, so folks know the questions that are out there and that we expect answers to.
No, we have not done that yet. What we're doing is we're collecting the questions and collecting questions from this evening as well. And we will share responses to those questions with the budget committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question in regards to the ending fund balance that's in the budget document compared to the forecast that was sent around yesterday. The ending fund balance for 2023, the estimate that's in there says it's 3.7 million, not starting at 7 million as stated in the budget document. And it indicates the beginning fund balance for this fiscal year was $8 million. And so if we have that drawdown of a few million, I'm not sure how we can start 24 with $7 million in a beginning fund balance.
We're expecting 23 to end at 7.8 million, which will be carried forward over into fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 24, we're expecting to spend another 4.4 million of that 7.8 million to meet our needs, our expenditures, and we will end 24 with 3.4 million.
I think as a follow-up, I was having the same question because the forecast that we got does not say that. So that's where the disconnect is. If you could look at that forecast, you will see that your 23 estimated ending fund balance is 3.7 million, and therefore your estimated ending fund balance for next year is actually negative 700,000, which has caused me some concern. And so I just want to make sure that we've got the right numbers here.
If you could give me a moment to find the chart, please. Thank you.
Meanwhile, are there any other questions or comments? Kevin?
We're just starting to look at this and understand this from budget committee member position, but I guess it seems really basic, but I guess I'd like to understand if we've got 2 years of average $4 million deficit and we're going in the next year with a $3.4 million reserve, how is that supposed to work?
We can certainly tell you a little bit about how that's going to work. What we're challenged to do always is to balance the budget so that the budget committee actually approves a proposed budget that actually balances. And so that is what we can certainly share with you how we did that in this proposed budget. We certainly had some recommendations from the Budget Development Subcommittee as well. And we were very careful in making sure that we were actually balancing that budget. And so we will make sure that we give you information about that.
Steve?
I just wanted to respond to Kevin's question. It's a good question. It's the question of the moment. Everybody's thinking the same thing. How's this going to work long term? You know, and where I am at least at this point in time, is that we have seen declining enrollments for many, many years, right? And this is bringing us the situation that we have. We have essentially fixed costs, rising fixed costs, we're hearing that, and declining enrollments, and roughly equal or stable, not really rising money from tax revenues or state dollars, right? So we're increasingly counting on or hoping for increased enrollments, and for many, many years, we haven't seen it happen, except for this year, right? We started to see a turnaround. And there's been some discussion at the board level in the most recent meeting that perhaps, we need to send a couple of signals. One, we need to give this new administration a chance to continue the trajectory that they're on, that we grow ourselves out of the problem. And we need to give them a little bit more time to see if they can do that. And we need to send a message that says very clearly, if we can't grow ourselves out of this problem in short order, then we need to start looking at, at cuts. But for the time being, I, for one anyways, am willing to give them a little bit of time and space to see if they can help, if they can grow their way out of the problem, given a year's worth of focus and preparation in that direction.
Austin?
Couple questions. And this was something I asked in a previous meeting before this board, before this budget committee meeting. It was in regards to the property tax projections, if that was an absolute number or was that a estimation. That doesn't have to be answered today. But I just wanted to get that question in the queue for an information request. Additionally, because I know that in the presentation there was an aspect about vacant positions and holding certain positions vacant. I would love to see a list of those employee groups and notes of which positions we are planning on having vacant and or being filled to kind of get a better idea. I know that sometimes might change because of needs of the institution and especially if there's increases in enrollments. So I would love to find out more about those vacant positions and where just some additional information around that.
Lisa?
I'd like an explanation on the vacant positions in terms of how that is an effort to reduce costs. Because if we're holding positions open, but then we're gonna fill them at some point in staggered hiring, it doesn't actually equal a reduction in spending. So I don't see it as an efficiency measure. And so maybe I'm just not following the logic here. I mean, holding vacant positions open, it seems like for them to be a savings, they would need to be held open for the entire fiscal year. And I don't know if that's to bring back or if somebody can explain it to me right now.
The college started doing that, using that practice for fiscal year 23. It may have been brought here to the budget committee about holding positions that were vacant. In fact, it was noted in the fiscal condition assessment that the board received, the report that the board received, as one mechanism for increasing that ratio in the CFI, and you may recall that. So what we have done is to hold certain positions. Can't recall exactly what they are. We can certainly share that with you, but we have held certain positions, and this is always a very, very painful thing to do because we're already very, very thin in many, many areas. In some areas, we have one person who's doing the work in that particular area. So this is very, very difficult to do, but we want to be very, very conservative this year, this next year in particular, by holding those positions. Now, so how do we do that and then have it impact the budget? Well, when you stagger, the hiring of individuals, then they're not employed for the entire year, and that's how you stagger the impact to the budget. So it's one of the strategies, one of many strategies that we're using, and it actually worked for the fiscal year 23 budget, and we believe it will work for fiscal year 24 as well.
May I ask a follow-up question? Sure. So one of the reasons I'm trying to understand that, and I need to go back and look at this more closely because I will admit to having a very difficult time reading this budget digitally. I do a lot better when I get it in print. But from an initial glance, it looks like we're actually spending more than we were spending in the previous fiscal year. And then what we're doing is we're taking it out of the ending fund balance, out of our reserves. And, oh, I see Marlene shaking her head, yes. Okay, so I actually am understanding it a little bit. And so as a board, set the priority to reestablish the ending fund balance and really struggled to do that, to just get it up to where it is now, after several years of working to invest in it. And I have definitely been someone to question the 10% board policy, but looking at the level that we are going to reduce that ending fund balance creates some serious concerns for myself and the impact that that'll have on the institution. In particular, if we're not able to make our enrollment targets and we're not able to garner some of the other areas of savings or increased funds. So I'm still, I think like some other people here said, I'm not seeing how the math works right now.
And I'm going to stop right here. I'm not sure exactly what the time is, but I'm feeling that our time is nearing an end. And I would like to make a proposal. And that is that we don't meet for 2 weeks, that we give staff time to answer questions, and that we ask staff to prepare amendments. I had actually, this may have to be a motion because it's big enough that I don't know whether I can just ask you to do it, to prepare ongoing expenditure reduction packages and some one-time expenditure reduction packages. And depending on what we think the ending fund balance is going to be, because I'm not sure what the number is right now, for maybe $2 million or in ongoing expenditure reductions, $1 million in one-time reductions, and bring those amendments packages, those packages of amendments to the budget committee in 2 weeks, so that we actually then have something to work with. Because right now, given where it looks like we're going to end next year, it feels pretty risky. So Marlene, do you have the answer on what we are anticipating ending the year with?
Yes, looking at fiscal year 23, we would have an ending fund balance of 3.688. And so that would be where we would start for our proposed budget for next year.
To clarify, rather than $7+ million, we would actually be starting next year with 3.6 million. So that means that the end of 2024, we would have run out of reserves.
One of those numbers was
Hillary, can we perhaps delay the answer till and give staff a little bit more time to have some certainty?
But I guess, given that, I would like to move that we schedule a meeting in 2 weeks rather than 1 week, to give staff time to respond. And I would like to move, I guess if I have a second, to get some expenditure reduction packages ready so that we have some options, because there isn't a whole lot of time between now and the end of June to adopt a budget.
I'll second that. I think it's a prudent move.
Any discussion on that proposal? Mike?
So it isn't clear to me whether the motion was to delay meeting next week, or was it to have the administration present the proposal?
It would be both.
Well, I would like to ask Dr. Bolger if the staff needs another week, or if you are satisfied that 1 week would be sufficient to accomplish this.
What are you thinking?
I think 2 weeks would be ideal.
Any other discussion on that motion?
That's Austin.
Austin,
I'm gonna probably have to vote no on this because as much as I would love to support given this additional time, I do feel like we do need to be able to meet next week. Additionally, I'm not sure if I can support a blanket expenditure reduction a request at this point. I think we need to look at the numbers, and I think we need to have that meeting next week. So I'll vote no respectfully against this motion.
and
That's Ian.
Ian.
Yeah, thank you so much for both making the motion and for taking this time for discussion. I'm going to vote yes for the motion, and I think 2 weeks, being a staff member of a institution of public education, I know that that's going to be enough time, well, more time than a single week for staff members to be able to really build upon the due diligence and research that they have been doing up to this point. And I just want to reiterate the support that I've heard so far this meeting to be able to open source the questions from committee members so that we can see our respective lines of inquiry and have a deeper understanding of how each of us are starting to think about this. I know that it's helped me in the past greatly to be able to kind of cogitate on my own questions and lines of thinking, and to look at the other committee members, because it's been really helpful in both kind of reiterating areas where I think that I need to spend more time with the budget, but also helping me question some assumptions that I've made in the past. Thank you.
So what I just heard is if we could have the questions posted somewhere that we can see them, that would be helpful and inform, if we have other questions. Any other discussion on the motion to wait 2 weeks and get expenditure reduction packages? Oh, Mike.
I saw Celine's hand up. I don't know.
Celine?
I'll wait for a moment.
I just wanted to clarify that we are not amending the budget at this time. We are asking for options and information to evaluate moving forward, and I'm very much in support of that.
Mike?
I'm going to join Austin in voting no. I think we should meet next week. I don't feel like we need to have a proposal by next week for how deficits will be addressed, but I think there's value in us touching base again, reviewing whatever updates there are by that time. So I think we should meet next week. So I'll vote no on this motion.
Any other discussion? Celine?
So I guess what I have is a question, which is, if we are not to meet next week, will we have, I know in the past, I believe that information request answers have been posted on board docs. Will those still be posted before 2 weeks from now if we do not have a scheduled meeting?
Yes, that would be our goal.
Okay.
Susan?
Might it be reasonable to bifurcate the two items and have one to ask for proposals or packages for reductions, and another one to postpone the meeting, just so in case one person wants to vote for not moving the meeting, but having packages, they can do that?
Certainly a friendly amendment as far as I'm concerned. So let's do this. I would like to make the motion that staff prepare ongoing expenditure reduction packages for budget committee's consideration and some one-time expenditure reduction packages for a meeting in 2 weeks. So that would be the first question. And then the second question would be, should we meet next week to get some of the information requests answered? So the first motion then is whether to request those reduction packages.
I'll second that motion.
Any questions on that? Angela?
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestion to separate the motions. I think that makes sense, and I'm supportive of it. Just wanted to double check, sort of parliamentary wise, we do have Mike Blade here to ask, is that okay to separate them at this point? Do we need to do any other sort of adjustments motion wise?
I thought I could take it as a friendly amendment, and then maybe I was amending it to delete the meeting time. So I think that's what we're voting on. We're voting on just the packages, whether to prepare reduction packages for 2 weeks from now. Any other questions?
And I heard your second accept the friendly amendment, I believe.
Okay, all those in favor, or Celine, Celia, would you like to?
Sure thing. Mike Eister,
I'm sorry, I'm still not quite sure what I'm voting on, so would
You're voting
someone-
on whether to ask staff to prepare reduction packages and return with those packages in 2 weeks.
I'm going to still vote no on that.
Austin Volnaghi,
No.
Lisa Fragola. Holly Johnson.
No.
Steve Mattel,
Yes.
Angela Van Kraus,
Yes.
Holly Bauer Shaper,
Yes.
Siobhan Cancel,
Yes.
Sue Fahey,
Yes?
Celine Swenson Harris,
Yes.
Hillary Kittleson,
Yes.
Kevin Matthews,
Yes.
Ian Winbrock.
Yes.
So the motion to prepare reduction packages for 2 weeks has passed. The next, so then now I would like to move that we, well, let me ask President Boulder, can you provide the answers to the information request by next week? Or would you prefer to bring the whole everything in 2 weeks?
We can provide the answers to the questions. We've already started that. We can provide those next week.
Then I will withdraw my motion and we can meet next week and discuss the answers to the questions. And then the following week, we'll have the reduction packages presented. With that, anything else for the good of the order? Oh, with that, anything else for the good of the order? Okay, we are adjourned.
For folks waiting for the start of the 6 o'clock regular meeting, you can see we went a little bit long. We will take a very brief 5-minute break and start. I don't have a clock in front of me, but 5 minutes from now. If you don't need to leave the room, please stay here. It'll allow us to get started a little quicker. You don't have a need-to-know basis only. Did you say you had a statement for public testimony statement?
I'm declaring this as an all you have to say.
Yes. Well, now, open the public testimony. I'm gonna say a few things about 2 minutes. Yes, everybody. Oh. Who's here? Lisa's here. Is that it? Austin, Angela, yeah. I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. We're going to get started in just a few seconds. Just those chickens. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the May 3rd General Board meeting for the Lane Community College to order. My name is Steve Mattel. I am acting as chair tonight. Rosie Pryor is away. We will begin with the call to order. Celia, would you check take the roll, please?
Yes. Mike Eister,
Here.
Austin Volnaghi,
Here.
Lisa Fragola,
Here.
Holly Johnson,
Here.
Steve Mattel,
Here.
Rosie Pryor, Angela Van Kraus. Angela Van Kraus?
I'm fairly confident that we just have a technical issue. I'm going to allow us to move forward. I'm going to assume that Angela will rejoin the meeting in just a moment or two. Will you let me know if the technical difficulty persists? Okay, first order of business is our land recognition, and I'm going to call Solomon Singer to deliver it. Thank you, Solomon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Great to be here. And I'd want to just share this important announcement before we can get started here today. This is an acknowledgement of our homeland and of the land that we stand on today. I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted and destroyed. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is adopting the agenda. Does anybody want to make any changes to the agenda as proposed? Okay, seeing no I'm sorry, Austin, just so you know, it's a little hard for me to.
Oh, good.
It looks like there's something you'd like to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that in the public comment section that we allow for enough time that everyone gets a chance to speak. I believe we have allotted 2 minutes, but yes, I would like to make sure that all public comment is heard today. We have some students in the audience, and I want to hear from those students.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Celia, would you call the roll?
Mike Eister,
Yes.
Austin Volnaghi,
Yes.
Lisa Fragola,
Yes.
Holly Johnson,
Yes.
Steve Mattel,
Yes.
Angela Van Kraus.
Aye.
Okay, great. We're going to move into public comment. I'm going to say a few things before we get started on that, given that looks like there's a significant number of folks who would like to speak tonight. And we just heard from one of our board members that we really want to do our best to honor everybody's opportunity to have their say. Before I get into it, I just want to take a casual poll of the board. First off, Celia, could you give us a sense of the numbers of people, both in person and online, that we have signed up to speak?
We have 2 attendees online and 25 signed up in person.
Okay, I just want to remind folks, if you haven't yet signed up, is there still an opportunity to do so if you would like to? Okay, we anticipated a large number of people coming tonight. There was some discussion about how to accommodate everybody and still deal with the rest of the agenda items that are important this evening. I just want to touch base then with the board. There was one thought is to reduce the time allotted to folks from the standard 3 minutes to 2. So that's something I'd like to get some feedback from the board on. We could leave it at 3, we could move it to 2. If we were to leave it at 3, that would be roughly some 75 minutes, give or take, of public testimony, perhaps a little bit more with just the changing one person to the next. Could I get some feedback from the board as to where folks would like to go with this? Yeah, Mike, go ahead.
I'd be happy to go with 75 minutes with the understanding that if someone is testifying and someone before you has largely said what you plan to say, that you give some of that time back. And maybe we won't need the full 75 minutes. That way we could give everybody 3 minutes.
Sorry, Angela.
Thank you. I'd like to give everyone the 3 minutes that they were expecting, the advertised 3 minutes. I think it's appropriate to give 3 minutes. I don't want to recommend that we limit anybody's choice to testify. This is a public body. Hearing from the public is important. I don't want to limit it in any way. Thank you.
Austin, go ahead.
Just want to echo that same support. Thank you, board members.
Anybody else like to offer some input here? My general sense then is that we'd like to honor 3 minutes each and also ask all those present to to move expeditiously, to recognize if others before you have said roughly what you plan to say, and condense your comments if that's possible.
Can I also make a suggestion?
Please.
If we call the person. Thank you for that gesture. That we call the person speaking at each time as well as the next person on deck. And then that person could potentially come to the front of the room, maybe behind general counsel, and be ready to go so that we move things along.
That's a great suggestion. So does everybody understand that? I'll ask the person speaking and the person immediately afterwards to sit in this chair right behind our general counsel, so that we can just save a few more seconds. It looks like I made a slight error earlier. There is actually a change to the agenda that I would like to propose. It's just the resequencing of things. Right now, we have, just a moment here, we have discussion item D, the health clinic, which I think is what many people are here to speak about during public testimony. We have it listed fairly deep into the agenda, and I wanted to move it up front so that immediately after public testimony is completed, we can have a presentation from staff. And I think that's largely what folks are here to hear about this evening. And then if folks want to leave and enjoy the rest of their evenings, they're free to do so. So I would just like to make that motion.
Then I'll second it.
And it looks like we have a second from Mike. I believe we need to take the roll. So Celia, please go ahead.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Volnaghi,
Aye.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Holly Johnson,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Angela Van Kraus.
Aye.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. Hopefully that gives everybody just a little bit of what they need. We will start with public testimony, and I'll just read the statement real quick. The board will allot everybody 3 minutes. Please be respectful of that. Please also be respectful of the fact that there may be people out here who have a very different opinion than you do, and we want to create a welcoming and inclusive environment for all. Finally, I'll just say the board may not respond directly to any issues raised, but will refer those issues to the president for appropriate action. Celia, if you'll give me the list. Why don't you go ahead and handle it? Let's do those first.
We'll start online. Kissa Clark, followed by Ted Cooper.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Great. Yes, I'm here as a community member and as a graduate employee of the University of Oregon. I'm president of GTFF, the Graduate Employee Union at the University of Oregon. And we heard from colleagues this weekend at our AFT state convention that are just very concerned about the closing of the school clinic. And I, as a student who relies on my school health clinic, I'm very worried for the students at Lane Community College and want to encourage the board to think about all options possible to not make that happen. So I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Ted Cooper, followed by Scooter Mill.
Good evening. I'm Ted Cooper, also a graduate employee, but at Portland State University and Executive Vice President-elect of AFT Oregon, and I'm an Oregon resident. I'm concerned about the proposed closure of the Student Health Clinic in fall 2023. Many students depend on the clinic for services they could not otherwise afford or access, especially low-income folks and folks without health insurance. With the Sunshine Fund, some students are even able to access services at no cost. I'm sure that you know all of this. The clinic's a good investment. Its societal benefit over time and improved health outcomes far outweighs its cost. I understand that the board is concerned about the operating cost of the clinic and urge the board to consider the following solutions: allowing online and non-credit students to pay for the clinic, allowing employees to opt in to contribute, as they have done in the past, expanding telehealth and advertising clinic services more effectively. I'm here in solidarity with LCCEF and others. The Oregon labor community is following this issue, and we look forward to a compassionate solution. Thank you for your time.
Scooter, I didn't see the timer come up. Hi, my name is Scooter. I am here as a concerned student. I heard less than 2 hours ago about the proposal to close the student clinic. I come to campus most days, more often than not. I am a member of student leadership, and I have many chronic health issues that affect my daily life. Sometimes I'm able to control those, sometimes they sneak up on me, and that's how health works. I was extremely excited when I enrolled and learned about the student clinic, and I thought, great, if I have an unexpected issue with a new diagnosis or something, I know I can go to the clinic. I don't expect it to be an emergency service, but it can be an urgent service, and I have used the clinic multiple times for that. I am the president of the Gender and Sexuality Alliance right now, and disproportionately many students in my group, as well as the queer community elsewhere, have chronic health issues. Many of us are impoverished compared to the average student, and we need things like the community clinic, the school clinic. I actually have halfway decent healthcare, but my doctor's office is extremely far away. It is extremely difficult to get an appointment in a timely manner. So for minor things that I need taken care of right now, I use the LCC clinic. I would have greatly decreased healthcare if it were missing. I am concerned that if there are urgent but not emergency needs on the campus, we're out of town. There's nothing nearby. You know, just And the simple thought that I've never, ever in my life across 10 grade schools encountered a school environment that didn't have some sort of school clinic. I grew up thinking it was a requirement, and if I was in a school environment, I knew there was going to be a clinic there for me. I'm extremely concerned that most of us here have heard about this proposal through the rumor mill. As I understand it, the student clinic was created by students asking for it and voting on being assessed a fee to keep it going. And I'm extremely concerned that there's a proposal to get rid of it without even asking those of us who created it. I hear talk about investing in the students and giving us resources and wanting to increase enrollment. I don't see how closing the student clinic would do that. In fact, it seems like the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean Gipple, followed by Mariana Rodriguez.
Mike, would you be willing to reposition that so that folks can see how much time they have remaining? I think the only way folks know how much time they have remaining is on that clock, so. Of course, now I don't know how much time.
Ready? My name is Jean Gipple, and I am the interim director of the Mental Health and Wellness Center. I was one of the first therapists to be hired for the Mental Health and Wellness Center. And our vision was to integrate mental health and physical health services, because you can't provide mental health services without access to physical health services. We joined forces and became Student Health and Wellness, joining the healthcare standard where all services happen under one roof. Every additional office you send a student to decreases the likelihood that they will follow through. When offices are co-located, a nurse practitioner who I know and I trust can approach me to see if a therapist is free, to see if a student that has just disclosed to her abuse or rape or DV or their first psychotic break or whatever. They provide, the nurse practitioner can provide a warm handoff, a standard of care that is needed by our marginalized students, our students whose first language is not English, our students of color, our students who are not familiar with Eugene, and our students who are overwhelmed with school, work, finances, and parenting. When I see a student who tells me that they haven't left their room for 2 weeks and stopped attending classes due to depression, I know that we must act quickly. Treatment for this kind of depression doesn't happen quickly and not without medication. Our health clinic is able to prescribe psychotropic medications. And since we work so closely with them, they are usually able to get that student in quickly, often the same week. That is a standard of care that our community psychiatry cannot provide. With this kind of fast two-prong approach, the student has some hope of salvaging the term. Without a quick intervention, that student will likely fail their classes, which leads to more depression, likely the loss of financial aid, and then potentially housing instability. This is when students drop out of college. If we want to retain these students, we will need to keep our health clinic. In my opinion, telehealth does not meet our students' needs. Thank you.
Sawyer Smith will be next. After you, Mariana.
I'm like, I'm not Sawyer. I don't look like a Sawyer. Hi, everyone. For the record, my name is Mariana Sofia Paredones Rodriguez de San Miguel. I am a former student here at LCC trying to come back. I feel like whoever just presented was describing my life. Depressive episode, getting out of college, dropping out, housing instability. That all happened to me as a student. But to backtrack a little bit, I started LCC in the year of 2014. And just so you know, I've served on the Budget and Finance Subcommittee as a student representative. I was also appointed to the Higher Education Coordinating Commission by Governor Kate Brown from 2016 to 2018. I was also on the Presidential Search Committee for Lane Community College after Mary Spieldy's departure. For these reasons, I want to express how deeply ingrained within the governance structure of Lane Community College I have been, both here and also within the state. I was also part of the United States Student Association before it was disbanded, and traveled to DC with 10 students that protested in front of the Capitol when Pell Grant cuts were being recommended, with Senator Sanders at the time, 4 months before he announced his election bid for presidency. I say this because the movement of student organizing has been quintessential as we relate to issues with healthcare and healthcare access. As a student at LCC, I experienced very similarly to what was said before, an experience that I don't wish on my peers. But because of the services here at LCC, I was able to seek immediate help, something that a person like me with my documentation status at the time was not able to receive anywhere else, especially for the rate that I was given. It saved my life. I almost could have died. Most recently, a former student body president, Alma Pacheco at Western Oregon University, after being instrumental in funding a student mental health resource center, passed away from a health condition, a heart condition. When they say that it's our warriors that have the biggest hearts, believe them. Our students are not immortal. We just experienced a pandemic. I urge you all to deeply consider and be creative as you identify different avenues of sustaining such a vital access point to not just community college students, but also the community in general. Shutting this down sets the tone for the overall health, sustainability, and future of students, staff, and even yourself. I urge you to reconsider and use your power for the good of people. If you have any questions, I would be glad to follow up and set up meetings with each and every one of you to further discuss both my experience and what we could come up with together. I urge you to also listen to the students and staff and faculty today with open hearts and remember who voted you into your positions. Thank you.
Hopefully I look like a Sawyer. Good evening, board members and gallery. I stand before you today with a heavy heart as the news has been delivered to us that our school's health clinic is on the verge of being cut from the budget. This news is disheartening, especially for those of us who have benefited from the services offered by the clinic. Personally, I can attest to the significance of having the health clinic within our school's premises. A few months ago, I broke a bone during volleyball practice and I went to the health clinic for medical assistance. I received prompt attention and care, as well as referrals that helped aid me to recover quickly. Without the health clinic, I would have had to wait potentially too long, which could have worsened my injury. Furthermore, the cost of treatment would have been significantly higher if I had gone elsewhere, as the clinic charges a once per term fee, which is a lot more affordable than the co-pays charged by other healthcare providers. The school's health clinic is a vital resource that helps students to receive prompt medical attention, which is critical for our academic success. The clinic offers a wide range of services, including everyday treatment, various illness testing, immunizations, and much more, which could be critical at this time of need. Cutting the clinic's budget would not only affect us, but it will also affect our ability to perform academically, as we would have to incur extra costs for healthcare services elsewhere. I do not believe it is fair to put the burden on our students, especially given the potential for additional academic strain. Therefore, I urge the school's administration to reconsider their decision and reinstate the budget allocated to the health clinic. The health clinic is a fundamental resource that ensures the well-being of our school community, and we must do everything in our power to preserve it. I hope that it is clear now that the health and welfare of our school community should be a top priority. Together, we can make a difference and ensure that the health clinic remains a beacon of hope and support for many years to come. Thank you.
Musango Maniang, followed by Nicole Romlikin and Rebecca Patterson.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all well. My name is Marie-Ange Musango Moneang. This is my second year at Lane, and I am currently majoring in nursing. My family and I immigrated from a country named Cameroon, a country where medical facilities are extremely limited. My grandfather passed away when I was in middle school because no one in the hospital or the capital city of Yaoundé could find a urinary catheter for him. His passing, though tragic, was able to inspire me to become passionate about healthcare and saving others. As a CNA, I see many healthcare administrators in the US treat wellness services solely as a business and neglect the people they are supposed to be taking care of. As a result, I have witnessed countless residents dying, patients being discharged before completing treatment, and staff and administrative negligence. Additionally, people of all ages are neglecting their health and wellness due to financial constraints. American healthcare is highly developed. Even today, many countries around the world are not able to provide a fraction of the health services offered in the United States. When we have the support and resources students need for wellness, but we choose to willingly remove them, we are doing a great disservice and we will gain nothing in return. It is crucial to recognize the students first as human beings. Humans need access to healthcare. Therefore, providing healthcare services to the students is essential to ensuring their well-being and academic success. Additionally, it promotes a culture of care and empathy within our college and community. Thank you.
Dear Board of Education and President Belger, my name is Nikhar Ramnikan, an international student and proud to serve as a student body president, and I'm joined here today with many other students to express my deep concerns on the proposal to shut down the LCC Health Clinic. As an international student, choosing a college to move abroad to was a tedious decision. As a bone cancer survivor, health has been a #1 priority, not only for myself, but for my parents who were faced with the decision to send their child 10,000 miles away from home. A big factor in my decision to move to LCC was that there was a health clinic on campus. As international students, we already have difficulty navigating the environment and resources. It was comforting to know that worrying about where I can receive healthcare was not going to be tedious. In my first full month here, I sustained a minor physical injury that limited my movement. My first step of action was to call the LCC Health Clinic, and I was amazed at how quick and easy it was to not only schedule an appointment, but to get treatment on the same day. The nurses and staff were super friendly and delivered world-class service and gave me a treatment plan that allowed me to make a full recovery. I had such peace of mind knowing that at any point I needed healthcare treatment, I would not have to worry about a busy class schedule or being far away from other public clinics. I would simply be able to go to the LCC Health Clinic. As a general student at large, as well as a student body president, I have rallied many students here in support of saving the health clinic. I ask the board to reconsider any proposal to shut down the health clinic and take into consideration how health clinic contributes to student success. I will speak more about this in my report to the board later. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Patterson. I am a returning student here and I will be majoring in human services. So today I'm just going to share my story. As a 6-year-old girl, I lived in poverty with little resources to help out with medical diagnosis, food, clean water, and where death was common. I almost lost my twin sister because her blood level was very low. I even lost my father to cholera, which left my mom raising 2 little girls with no support. I never got a chance to meet him due to those limited resources. As a 6-year-old girl being adopted from a war zone from Liberia, I missed out on a lot of disadvantages. The fact is, the health clinic plays an essential need in our school. It not only serves as a purpose of physical injuries, but helps students navigate their growth in an effective manner when they visit with the nurses. It enhances decision-making and how to make adult decisions through communication, personal growth, and personal development. The care of students at Lane should be a top priority in our school that encourages students to advocate for themselves even when it is uncomfortable. The care of LCC students through health gives each individual an opportunity, growth, and improvement in areas that may lack when stability is lost. With the help of our clinicians, students are able to get more answers, giving them the chance to establish stability into their lives when they feel they have nothing. The health of each individual varies whether it's their background, race, gender, and ethnicity. LCC students all have a story that connects with the obstacles they are faced with. We all have different reasons that we come to the care of our clinic. Who they are, why they are here for treatment, is a reflection of their story. The health of students determines the level of care they need. It's a necessity to continue to have the LCC students be here on campus to help improve the lives of our students. The health of LCC students should be a way to hear out students' testimonies for them to continue growing when stability is provided. Without the care of the clinic, students will have no place to navigate their way around with their treatment. Community health care centers such as the clinic on campus is a service that is easily accessible in our health education. My story. I have experienced 2 seizure episodes while attending Lane, being diagnosed with stress-induced seizures. Each time I have had to use the clinic on those terms when I go into panic attacks. Having the clinic on campus was an essential resource that met my needs when I had no other way to get the help I needed. A year ago, I experienced one of those panic attacks during class, and it shattered my world when I had to be carried out in an office wheelchair. And I didn't understand why. We don't have any resources for wheelchair or scooter mobility accessible to our students who may go through similar experiences as mine. I recommend that Lane should incorporate these necessities into the school to help our students feel safe and alone. Not to feel safe and alone. Thank you.
We'll go online to Jim Salt, followed by Hina Tamura.
Good evening. Not sure what my name is Jim Salt, and I am in my 25th year teaching sociology at this august institution. I am a member of the Faculty Council. I served as president of the Faculty Association for 16 years. And I'm here tonight regarding a letter which the Faculty Council sent to the board yesterday. I trust that you've all received it. I hope that you found time to read it. We recognize that it's a lengthy document and you'll may need more time to consider it. For those who have not seen the letter essentially raises the Faculty Council concerns about the changes that are being effectively implemented by the current college president to our long-standing college governance system. This governance system was established, the task force was created in 2003, and I stand here as, I believe, the last member of the college who was a member of that task force. Everyone else has gone off to hopefully better places. The governance system was an incredibly progressive system. It is incredibly inclusive. Unlike most colleges, it includes full participation and rights for the classified employees and the student body. It's such that President Spieldy asked me to attend a conference with her to present the work for other bodies across the nation to consider. This really is an outstanding governance system. What we understand this year is that the president has been arguing that the governance system does not have the authority delegated to it by the president per the board's own policy, Board Policy 325, which first states that the board delegates its authority to the president, and the very next sentences says that the president delegates their authority to the administration and to the college governance system, right? The governance system manual very clearly says over and over and over again that this governance system is responsible for college policy and planning, that it's a decision-making body for the college. There are circumstances that administrators are called to resolve matters that haven't been able to be resolved during the governance system, but the system itself is a deciding body. The president of the college is expected to be a member of the college council, and as such is fully involved in those decisions. We understand that the argument is being made that the statement about authority is it therefore requires that it only be a recommending system. There's not one word in the governance system manual, not one word in the board policy that says that this is a recommending body to the president. Am I out of time?
Yeah.
It's Dr. Salt, but thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hinata Mura, and I am an international student from Japan. And I have been working as a senator at Student Government Association, as well as a peer mentor at International Programs Office. I am here today to suggest that the Lane Health Clinic should not be removed from the campus. As an international student, having a health clinic on campus has been very valuable since I had no clue where the medical services are located in Eugene. Lane Health Clinic is also covered by the international insurance, and it has been a first option to get medical services for international students. As an international peer mentor, Lane Health Clinic is also the first suggestion for my mentees to get checked out, especially those who don't speak English as their first language. Having a place where students can stop by anytime and get medical services is crucial not only for academic success, but also their basic physiological needs. If the Lane Health Clinic is closed down, most of the international students will lose a place where they can easily get face-to-face medical services, and there will be some impacts on academic performance for all the Lane students. Removing Lane Health Clinic will significantly influence Lane students, and we must keep it. Thank you.
Mizuki Takeuchi, followed by Amaya Karika Buru.
Hi, my name is Mizuki Takeuchi. I'm an international student from Japan. I only heard about it a couple hours ago, and I can't speak a lot, I feel like, underprepared, but I just wanted to be here and speak about how grateful I am to all the care and support that I've received from the health clinic. In 2020, right after I came here for the first time, I didn't know anything about medical system in the country, and it was extremely difficult for me to educate myself with my limited language skills. Then the nurse at Health Clinic guided me through each step of process and connected me to the resource that I needed. That's why I am still here and being a successful college student in a foreign country. As an international student, flew all the way to the foreign country, having no family in the close by. There is nothing more helpful than knowing that I have someone who have my back. Yeah, I'm finished my testimony here and saying special thanks to Cassie, Yotam, and Laura, who has been helping me in the health clinic. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Board of Education and President Bulger. My name is Amari Karikaburu. I'm speaking in regard to LCC's on-campus health clinic tonight. I have been a student here at LCC for nearly 3 years through my high school's early college program, and I am the current vice president of the Lane Student Government Association. I am saddened and worried about the board's decision to potentially cut the health clinic. While I understand the reasoning behind closing our in-person health services, I urge the board to consider alternatives. Even though I have never personally used the health clinic during my time here on campus, I have always appreciated knowing that if I am to be injured on campus or I'm in need of any type of testing, I can always visit LCC's health clinic and get the support I need. As we've navigated the pandemic and the post-pandemic world, I have seen firsthand the effect COVID-19 has had on the healthcare services available in Lane County. It can take months for me to book an appointment with my primary care provider, even for something as simple as a vaccination. Furthermore, many physicians are not accepting new patients, which can leave patients waiting months to receive a simple appointment. LCC's health clinic is an essential resource for many of our students. I know it has given me peace of mind knowing that if I need a vaccination, COVID test, or something as simple as an ibuprofen, I can go to LCC's on-campus health clinic and receive almost immediate care. I understand that some of the alternatives proposed to replace a health clinic include switching to fully virtual services. While from a fiscal perspective, I understand the benefits of switching to a more virtual model, I would like to point out that switching to a telehealth model largely negates the benefits of the in-person health clinic. Virtual models do not allow for immediate care from healthcare providers, nor does it allow for in-person testing. Both of these factors greatly reduce the efficacy of the healthcare services provided on campus. As a student leader, I urge the board to reconsider closing the health clinic due to budget concerns. The health clinic is essential to our student body, and as can be seen from our impressive turnout today, many students believe that it is an important enough resource to take time out of their busy schedules to announce their support for the in-person clinic. Thank you.
Fung Lee, followed by Bryce Weaver and Olivia Jackso.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fung Lee, and then I'm here today to represent myself and then LCC student to concerning about the closing of health clinic. I personally visit to health clinic a lot, and then I noticed that the health clinic get involved in headline making issues of campus safety, and the demands on LCC health clinic is greater and more complex than ever. Students today come to campus with significant health needs, including mental health challenges. And then moreover, with growing up number of international students and increasing international travel, LCC needs to prepare medical and safety counseling to students traveling and study off campus. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Bryce Weaver. I'm a first-year nursing student here at LCC, where I serve as the incoming president of the Student Nurses Association. I stand here to represent the nursing student body, where I can say that the majority of nursing students recognize the importance of the health clinic to Lane community. Where I can say that the majority of nursing students recognize the importance of the health clinic to Lane's community health and wish to maintain its availability. Many nursing students, myself included, utilize these services. As student nurses, we're taught the importance of community health and accessibility. We fear that the loss of the health clinic would be detrimental to the student population here at Lane and would result in a decrease of student enrollment, forcing students to seek education and health services elsewhere. On a personal note, and maybe a little bit vulnerable, I've utilized the health clinic since the beginning of my academic journey, beginning here at LCC in 2019. I come from a rural town in Northeast Oregon where an inclusive sex education was not provided in high school. However, I received prompt support and an appropriate education as a freshman visiting the health clinic with a truckload of questions. I quickly got to know Isa, Carly, Kathy, Megan, and many others, and have always felt welcome there since. I can contest that the health clinic's supportive staff, affordability, discretion, and convenience have supported my academic journey along with countless others. I fear that I might not have achieved this level of success had it not been for the support of these folks. Please help us maintain this incredible community by preserving the health clinic. Thank you for your time.
Hi. Ooh, microphone. My name is Olivia. Right off the bat, my wife has not had health insurance her whole life due to her documentation status. Here at Lane, this last year and a half alone, she has been medically treated more than any other time in her life, and she's 20 years old. And my wife is hardly an outlier in this situation, as there are so many students who struggle with financial insecurity, and the health clinic at Lane has been the substantial support for their ability to achieve their goals. And I myself have been able to be seen on multiple occasions quickly and efficiently, and what would have been otherwise months of waiting and a commute to my hometown hours away. And that's not to mention the amount of vaccinations and STD testing that students have been able to receive here at Lane. The LCC Health Clinic is likely one of the most brag-worthy aspects of an educational institute can offer to students and future customers. And its existence in of itself models a community-oriented establishment that values the humanity of its customers. Thank you so much.
Tara Deegan, followed by Carly Policha and Kathy Faber.
Hi, my name's Tara Deacon, and I work in the LCC Fitness Center, and I'm here to support renaming the LCC Fitness Center after Alan Barrett. I met Alan when I was a student in 1998 in the fitness specialist program. Alan was a constant user. We used to joke that after 1,000 visits, he was going to get a free trip to Hawaii. I'm pretty sure he probably earned a couple of those. Alan was a source of inspiration, motivation, and encouragement to all who were fortunate to know him. He was passionate about fitness and enthusiastic about helping others achieve their health and wellness goals. He had a way of making everyone feel welcome and valued. Renaming the LCC Fitness Center after Alan Barrett is a chance to say thank you and to acknowledge the impact he had on the LCC community.
Hello, my name is Carly Palinka. I'm an RN at the health clinic. This is not my first time standing here expressing the importance of the health clinic. When I found out the intentions to close the clinic, I did not think I would stand up here yet again to talk about all of the things that we do to support LCC students, staff, and faculty. But I changed my mind when I saw the incredible outpouring of support from the students. They are the reason you see so many red shirts here today and why there are so many people speaking up about saving the clinic. You'll be presented with numbers about the health clinic. I want you to remember when looking at these numbers that they reflect an unprecedented moment in time in the middle of a global pandemic. During the past 3 years, our services ebbed and flowed. We've given thousands of COVID-19 vaccines to the LCC community, and we're here in this very room working diligently as the majority of the LCC community was still at home. Just like the enrollment at LCC, patients at the clinic are still recovering from a time when people across the nation were not seeking healthcare. We have the ability to serve more students now, in person and by telehealth. We welcome collaboration with students, administration, and the board to find creative ways to better serve the students. The administration's proposal to expand healthcare services on campus through a collaboration of telehealth and the periodic presence of public health does not feel like an expansion of services. Telehealth is undoubtedly useful in some situations and for some people, but it is not a substitute for in-person care. Rather, we have found it to be a very useful add-on in the health clinic. We want the students to know that we stand with them, and our desire is to continue to serve the students with medical care in the way that feels the most accessible to them. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kathy Faber, nurse practitioner at the health clinic. I'm grateful for the opportunity to tell you about the instrumental role the health clinic has in maximizing student success. We all know that it takes more than attending class to complete an education. Life happens to each of us. There may be difficulties with finances, relationships, health concerns, housing or food insecurities, or other difficulties that occur unexpectedly. Students have told us that having their basic needs met with access to the health clinic and knowing that they were supported gave them the ability to focus more on their studies. If we can't help with a particular challenge, we can point to whoever can, here at LCC or in the community. Imagine being a student just starting at LCC, having moved away from home, without friends yet, on a commuter campus. You feel overwhelmed with anxiety, Depression worsens, and it's hard to get out of bed and face the increasing workload. When you talk to your parents, you pretend all is going okay because you don't want them to worry. These are the students I see regularly at the health clinic. Everyone's story is their own. I listen, and together we problem solve strengths and supports, including mental health and wellness therapists, tutoring, referrals to CAR, and sometimes medication support. Students are able to stay in school while they receive mental health support. Imagine you're an international student, now very far away from home, in a time zone that doesn't allow you to easily consult with your parents about minor health concerns. Or maybe it's a bigger health concern and it's daunting to know how to access care in our complex health system. We are the first stop for many of the international students, and it is a delight to see them become more comfortable with their place here as the term goes by. I believe the connection that is built between students and the clinic in our safe and welcoming environment can make a world of difference in their feeling seen and heard and that they matter. We value our relationships with students and believe that healing begins just by having that connection. We are here for our students as they complete their education at LCC. Thank you.
Fiora Starchild Wolf, followed by Marge Heltzer and Kate Sullivan.
Good evening, President Bolger and members of the board. My name is Fiora Starchild Wolf, and I have been at Lane Community College in one way or another since 1990. But even before that, the Student Health Clinic was here. Back in 1972, our students decided that they needed a health clinic, and they asked the college to let them have a fee to help pay for it. So I just want to start with that. I've been an enrollment services advisor for the last 20 years of my time here. And in that work, I speak to students every day and try to help support them with their challenges in staying in school. They come to me and my other colleagues when they feel like they need to drop their classes. And when we ask them why, sometimes it has to do with health issues. When I can say, do you know that you have a health clinic right over there? Let me guide you over there. Their faces brighten and they start to sometimes feel like they can stay in school. If we're concerned about enrollment, I think that's the first thing we need to think about, is what do our students need in order to stay enrolled? I also want to address something that Jim Salt eloquently brought up. I've been around here as long as he has. There's a matter of trust, President Bolger, that has happened between faculty, classified, and the president in a shared governance system, and our students in a shared governance system since long before I came here. I've been here through 3 prior presidents to you. And in every single one, we have had the ability that when there was a challenge with something like the budget or a question about whether something should be closed in order to save some other piece of the college. And we understand there's budget issues. We understand that. We also are the front line of the people who talk to students every day, who work with students every day, who help make sure that the students' success is here, possible for them to learn what they need to learn. They're in the classrooms, we're in the classrooms. They're in the center building, we're in the center building. We're everywhere. And we see and hear what's going on, and we also might have some creative ideas. We're smart people. So this lack of communication, rather than sending out an email to the entire campus to say, and not even the students, but just to the employees, to say, we've made a decision, violates some things that make it difficult for us to feel like that shared governance matters. So I want to talk about a few of those things. When I received that email, the first thing that came to my mind was trust. When an important student-focused program is closed by decision among administration with no communication or process that includes employees and students and a robust conversation about possible solutions with those directly affected, then the first casualty is trust.
Fiora, I just want to remind you, you're at time.
Thank you. I won't read the rest of this, but I'd like to finish this one little sentence. The first thing that we knew about this was that email. I'd like us to do better. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marge Helzer, and I am a faculty member. I teach anthropology, and I'm also on the board of the LCCEA. And I'm reading a statement tonight on behalf of one of our nursing faculty, Christine Bradshaw, who cannot be here tonight. She writes, "One of my concerns regarding the health clinic is the recent announcement from one of the largest healthcare providers in our community, Peace Health, indicating that they are discontinuing many services in our area, from hospital beds to infusion clinics. Healthcare is becoming so difficult to access for many members of our community. And to think that we are adding another barrier, one of many barriers for our students and the community we serve. Peace Health is eliminating several services that will potentially go to community health primary clinics, such as infusion care and services, palliative care, and potentially in-home care services. I have great concern for the already existing care access issues in our community. And with so many changes happening, pushing more and more needs to our community health clinics and primary care providers, I fear that our students will not be able to get the access they need without the clinic at LCC. How do we say, as a community college, that we care about our population and support education on the one hand, and on the other, we remove one of the most basic forms of care, access to affordable health care? Thank you.
Board members, President Bolger, members of the Lane community. I'm Kate Sullivan, 23 years as a Lane faculty member, and I'm also on the executive board of LCCEA. I'm here tonight to read two brief statements from faculty who can't be here. This one is from Tina Davis, who is in the Department of Health and PE. I was very saddened to read the email about closing the Lane Health Clinic in the fall. The health clinic is a vital part of our college. I've had nurses from the Lane Health Clinic guest speak in my health classes, which resulted in amazing connections between students and staff. The health clinic staff provide knowledgeable health information and needed resources for students. The health clinic staff goes the extra mile for students, and these efforts are sometimes the only experience keeping a student at Lane. I've walked students to the clinic to ensure that they know their location and services available, and the clinic staff always receive each student with compassion. I implore you to rethink the budgetary decision and keep the Lane Health Clinic on campus for students. It is possible. The second statement is from Doug Young, who is from the science department. In science, the health clinic has always played an important role in our safety procedures and planning. We follow the COPS policy and file an accident report anytime a student is injured in class. In fact, a part of the accident report asks if we took the students to our health clinic. I personally walked two students who were injured during a laboratory experience down to the health clinic to receive a medical evaluation. One time, a student removed a boiling beaker of chemicals from their fume hood and accidentally inhaled some of the vapor and felt faint. Another time, a student removed their eye protection in class and got hazardous chemicals in their eyes. In both incidents, we immediately administered the recommended first aid procedures and then proceeded to the health clinic. Both times the students were understandably distressed, but when I offered to walk them to the health clinic, they were visibly relieved. Having a health professional to tell them that they were going to be all right calmed the students and made them feel that we, LCC, were taking care of them. As a faculty member who cares deeply about the safety of my students, I wonder what I will tell future students who get injured. Should they drive home after a possible eye injury? Maybe call 911 if they want immediate medical attention? And moving forward, I wonder how the lack of our health clinic will affect both my and LCC's responsibility and liability for the students who get injured on campus. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm done.
Beth Thorpe, followed by Erin Bartley and Claire Dannenbaum.
Good evening, board members and President Bulger. My name's Beth Thorpe. I'm a clinical coordinator for the Physical Therapist Assistant Program here at Lane. It's my responsibility to ensure PTA students complete all health profession student clinical training administrative requirements established by the Oregon Health Authority in preparation for clinical experiences. Students must provide documentation of a long list of immunizations and screens, including the hepatitis B series, measles, mumps, and rubella, adult Tdap, varicella chickenpox, COVID-19 vaccines and boosters, seasonal flu shots, negative tuberculosis tests. It's a lot. Most students need at least 2 to 3 visits to medical providers to establish this if they have access to their medical records. It takes several more visits for titers and boosters if they don't have their records on hand. Just last week, I directed first-year students to the Lane Health Center website where all the previously mentioned immunizations, screens, and titers are offered with clearly posted information with the costs of each for financial planning purposes. Eliminating the health center will force all health profession students to seek other providers in an already strained local medical system with wait times of weeks to months to establish primary care providers and understaffed walk-in clinics limiting their business hours and some closing completely. It's disappointing to see the college publicly shining a spotlight on the new bond-funded health professions building currently under construction to expand health professions training capacity. Grants awarded for state-of-the-art health professions training equipment, and celebrating a new partnership for a low-income community health clinic at the Cottage Grove campus. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, proposing to eliminate medical services for the same students who will be training here at Lane to provide care to this community. Please do not create another barrier for our desperately needed future healthcare providers. Thank you.
Hi, President Bulger, Board of Education, and the campus community. My name is Claire Dannenbaum. I am a librarian here, and I'm the library's liaison to health professions. I am very disheartened by the quote, proposed end quote, changes to close the campus health clinic. Nothing about the memo reads as a proposal. It reads as if the decision has already been made. I question the rationale for closing the clinic entirely rather than broadening services to also meet the needs of distance learners. I wonder how many folks approving this decision have ever stepped foot in the clinic, have ever needed the clinic services, have asked clinic staff how they might envision changes to meet the needs of our student population. Engaging the clinic staff in deeper conversation would, according to our own stated values and governance policies, be the starting point for any changes to the clinic's program. If this decision holds, it's likely we will never have a campus clinic again, even if the telehealth model proves to be an utter failure. It's so much harder to put something back again, to create anew, than it is to take something away. I want to publicly acknowledge the health clinic's compassionate, humanist, service-focused staff, whose hands-on ethos of care embody our college's mission and values every single day. Healthcare and community colleges is trauma-informed care. In contrast, the shortcomings of outsourced health services are very well known. Moving to a telehealth-only model not only is less effective for wellness outcomes, but it also outsources our own responsibility for students with little accountability from any corporate providers. This model reduces our ability to engage with our own students, provide opportunities, and fortify the local community. When we consider how essential our health clinic staff was and is during the COVID pandemic, it's confounding to imagine how our campus would navigate the next pandemic without their expertise. Finally, all decisions have consequences and costs. Decision-making without stakeholder input is always dangerous and often fails to produce the desired outcomes. Decisions made with a high chance of failure are simply reckless. I hope college leadership can correct the course by engaging the clinic staff, who are all experts in this, in creating solutions that will truly address the wellness needs of our students effectively, transparently, and respectfully. Thank you.
Good evening, President Bolger and members of the board. My name is Erin Bartley. I'm a faculty member in writing and literature, and I'm the secretary of LCCEA. I'm reading this statement on behalf of Rosa Lopez, our Career Pathways coordinator, who could not be here tonight. She says, I am writing to express great concern regarding the potential closure of the LCC Health Clinic. The LCC Health Clinic provides an accessible and essential resource demonstrating LCC's commitment to the changing demographics of our students. As you all know, the community college student of today experiences higher levels of basic needs insecurity than ever before. Any responsive and effective college needs to be prepared to support students at a holistic level. Gone are the days when tutoring and clubs are enough. Today, any relevant institution needs to provide access to critical social resources that can make the difference towards a student's ability to stay in or even enroll in college. Now is the time to increase, not decrease, such resources. It's been stated the clinic runs on an annual deficit of $260,000. This is an extraordinarily small amount when compared with what the college spends on other individual student support services. Why would we choose to cut a service that impacts one's ability to access essential healthcare services with minimal disruption to their studies? Having a student health clinic also means students are more likely to fill and take their prescriptions, gain access to birth control, see a healthcare professional when ill, and stay up to date on vaccines, all of which contribute to the overall public health of our campus and our community. Here are a few more critical points. If we were to stop offering this service, we would not be able to justify continuing the student health fee. What is the cost of eliminating that fee currently being collected from 2/3 of the credit-seeking students? Instead, let's consider adding the fee to online students and expand our already present remote access services. We should also explore adding opt-in access fees to ESL and ABSE students, and why not explore this for interested employees? Pre-COVID, the clinic served as a lab for our MA program. As the college is looking to grow and expand that program, collaborating with HIM, MA, and other healthcare programs can both offset costs and grow capacity in addition to enhancing our academic learning environment. Finally, it is unreasonable to believe that we can refer students to community resources. You do not have to have limited health insurance to know that we live in a healthcare desert. Even the well-insured have trouble finding providers and getting appointments. If you want to have a better understanding, I recommend you attempt to make an appointment with Whitebird or wait in line at an Occupy Medical free clinic. We need a better solution for our students. Thank you for your time and your ongoing support to our students.
Laura Green, followed by Buck Potter, Adrian Mitchell, and Eric Kim.
Good evening. I'm Laura Green, Director of the Health Clinic. I'm here to highlight the excellent services offered to students by the LCC Health Clinic, now a part of the Student Health and Wellness Center. As was mentioned earlier, the LCC Health Clinic was opened in 1972 at the instigation of a member of the student government in order to provide accessible, affordable, and quality care to Lane students. Students saw access to healthcare as a social justice issue, and this college supported their efforts by creating a unique health clinic, the only health clinic in a community college in Oregon. I agree, this is a brag-worthy thing for Lane. For 51 years, the experienced and friendly health clinic team has been providing an array of services that fit the unique needs of Lane students. The services offered today include evaluation and treatment of acute illnesses like a sore throat, bladder infection, or rash, STI testing and treatment, birth control and emergency contraception, now including free Plan B without an appointment, program and sports physicals, assistance signing up for Oregon Health Plan, PrEP, which is a medication to prevent HIV, immunizations like routine shots, flu shots, and those immunizations needed to meet program requirements, immunity titers, which we've talked about tonight, are needed for many program requirements like those in health professions, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations, the ability to talk to a nurse by phone for health advice, lab testing, support for tobacco cessation, care for depression, anxiety, or insomnia, including medication as appropriate, referrals to specialists or community resources as needed. And now we have a self-care station where students can walk in and help themselves to a Band-Aid, ibuprofen, or condoms, among many other things that they might need. We pay attention to trends in healthcare, public health, and the utilization of the clinic, and continuously adapt clinic services to meet the current and ongoing needs of Lane students.
Good evening, President Bulger, Board, and Administration. I'm Buck Potter. I'm Facilities Management and Planning Locksmith and the LCCF Vice President of Labor Relations. This is a tough act to follow, to be honest with you. But I'm going to talk about I'm going to give two words real quick: stewardship and entrust. And the first thing we got to do is be good stewards to our college. And in my sentiment and where I stand, I'm in charge of 1 million square feet of campus here by myself as a locksmith. I have to be a steward for every one of these students here. I'm going to say that we need to implore to keep the student health clinic. I've been on this campus for roughly 10 years and involved with Lane Community College that long. And in that time, I've seen the college use a deficit red line to keep the quote unquote bottom line for the college solvent. And most of the time I've seen it done through services, departments, that kind of thing. And the fact of the matter is that services are a stakeholder buy-in. And our first stakeholders and our top stakeholders are these students right over here. Entrustment. These students are entrusting that we will take care of them while they're here doing their learning to go out in the world to become better healthcare people, better educators, better EMTs, whatever it may be that they choose to do here at Lane Community College, even if it's being a locksmith. I would strongly recommend keeping the health clinic open. It has saved the lives of students. It has saved the lives of a colleague. I would also ask this question of President Bulger, because I heard this evening in the budget meeting earlier, something concerned Lane Forward. And I would like to ask the president and the administration to give a detail of what this is, as it appears that that budget item and the deficit that is closing the health clinic are the same amount of $250,000. And I'm curious to know more about the words Lane Forward. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening, members of the board and President Bulger. I'm Adrienne Mitchell, President of the Faculty Union. I'm speaking tonight about House Bill 2002, which passed the Oregon House on Monday and was sent to the Senate President and Ways and Means yesterday, as it gained strong momentum for passage this session. You may be aware of the critical protections this bill provides for reproductive care and gender-affirming care rights. In addition, House Bill 2002 also includes provisions for student health centers at public institutions of higher education. Specifically, House Bill 2002 expands reproductive health care available to students at campus health clinics, and it provides $1.6 million to the health clinics at the 7 universities and to the Lane Community College Health Clinic. The national political landscape is deeply troubling regarding LGBTQIA+ rights and reproductive healthcare rights and access. Our Lane County Democratic representatives in the Oregon legislature are supporting these very rights and supporting the LCC Health Clinic with earmarked funding. It literally says Lane Community College in the fiscal analysis of the appropriations for this bill. This bill includes 4 Lane County sponsors who are our allies, our supporters, Representatives Fahey and Hovey, Senators Manning and Prozanski. This funding, coupled with the adjustments to the student fee as recommended by the student leaders, will more than suffice to ensure the clinic is fiscally viable. A $260,000 gap for this critically needed resource is negligible under these circumstances. Students voted to implement the fee to save the clinic in 2017, and their wishes should be honored. I urge you to support keeping the clinic open. A vote to eliminate the clinic would undermine the critical efforts of our legislators to expand and fund access to reproductive health care at campus health clinics. It's a vote that will have ripple effects far beyond our campus and the Lane County into statewide, national landscape where these very rights are threatened and demand statutory protection. Please vote to keep the clinic. Your vote will impact access to reproductive health care that our legislators seek to expand and fund for our students and our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, Lane Community College Board of Education, Dr. Bolger. My name's Eric Kim. I teach psychology in the social science department. As we've seen in the news, civil society is fragile. Part of civil society is living a good life. Living a good life is related to higher self-esteem, good social relationships, discovering a meaning in life. There are things the social sciences, psychology, economics, sociology, anthropology, criminal justice, ethnic studies, political science, education, philosophy, general information sciences, human services. They help students develop the ability to live a good life. Psychology students learn factors associated with good social relationships. Both good and bad relationships have conflict. It's how good and bad relationships resolve conflicts that matter. In good social relationships, people treat others with respect, compassion, kindness. In bad social relationships, people treat others with contempt. Perceptual biases such as the actor-observer bias, outgroup homogeneity effect, the hindsight bias, and I knew you were going to raise it to 3 minutes. I didn't. And the egocentric bias, which we've talked about before, can make us feel better about ourselves, but the cost is having less respect for others. I believe recognizing perceptual biases can help students have better social relationships and begin the journey of living a good life. Students begin to develop their own meaning of life by learning about sociology, history, philosophy, human services, and political sciences. The social sciences weave the tapestry of understanding of a civil society and help students begin the journey to live a good life by developing good social relationships and discover what gives their life meaning. Thank you for your time.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. That concludes public testimony for the evening, one of the more lively sessions of public testimony in the 2 years I've been here. We are going to move through a couple. I'm sorry, I thought that was the last one. Is there somebody else that wishes to speak?
Yeah, I
Sorry. Oh, please come forward. I'm sorry.
I'm also signed up to speak as well.
Go ahead, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi, Steve. It's me, Frankie Kokenor. You guys are used to normally just seeing me on Zoom. I don't go out very often because I do have health conditions, and I've had to be really careful during COVID. And so people don't see me in public as often as I'd like them to see me. Tonight, I want to talk to you guys about these students that come here to use our health clinic. When you think about insurance, and you guys are going to go to the doctor, I'm pretty positive everybody here has health insurance. How much is your copay? If you're like me, I have to go see the doctor several times a month. Each of my copays is $20. Unless I'm going to see a specialist, that's $40. In our letter that we received from Dr. Bulger, it explained how expensive our healthcare is for our students. I do not think $45 for a student to pay in a term is nearly as expensive as it is for us with wonderful insurance who are paying copays. That does not mention a deductible. Many of our students are dreamers. Dreamers can only get Cowan insurance if they sign up for OHB. That's emergency only insurance. That doesn't cover for them to go and see a medical doctor for things such as flu, COVID, broken leg, well, it does cover a broken leg, but there's many illnesses that it does not cover. Also, many of these students have to take a bus to go to the doctor. How long does it take to get somewhere on the bus? If you get on the bus, it takes you at least a half hour to an hour to get yourself back to a transfer station. And then at that transfer station, you have to sit and wait for that next bus that you're going to catch. And then it takes you another half hour to an hour to get to that medical clinic. And then when you're done, you have to sit at the bus stop and you have to wait for another bus to come get you. And then you repeat what you just went through. The students that we have here, all they have to do is come and see us in between their classes or after their classes or before their classes. They don't have to make that special trip. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and hopefully assume that you guys are going to save the health clinic. And when I say that, I want you guys to know we have this amazing fund for the health clinic to help them when we have lab tests that they can't afford or a vaccine they can't afford. It's called the Sunshine Fund. Anybody and everybody here at Lane Community College can reach out to the foundation and they can start contributing to the Sunshine Fund. Me and my coworkers, right back there, we all contribute to the Sunshine Fund. And that is money that we wish we had more, because then we wouldn't have to dole out just the little bit that we do to students to help them cover these costs. So I encourage everybody to sign up for the Sunshine Fund. And then lastly, I would like to encourage the board to exercise their oversight over the health clinic. There are employees on this campus that would like to help pay for the fees to help keep the student health clinic funded. And many of the employees also would like to have the access to healthcare at the clinic returned. And that would cost a lot more money. It would mean bringing in more providers. But we can do it if this campus really does care about the health of students and the health of employees. They would bring back more providers. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jaron Rosenow. One quick comment about the health clinic. I noticed a few years ago the Titan store was privatized and outsourced, and now it sounds like the health center is being privatized and outsourced, which is very questionable to me and appears to many others. On a different note, I present a proposal aimed at enhancing the learned experience for LCC students. As a student myself living near campus, I experienced firsthand the challenges of limited resources during evening hours. Recently, an internet outage forced me to work outside on campus late at night, as no indoor spaces were accessible due to current LCC policy of not having a building open without an instructor present. Last week, I overheard a comment from another student stating that they were booted out of the STEM building at 7 p.m. Oregon State University, several main buildings remain open until midnight. One area even allows students until 2 a.m. after the doors lock. These extended hours provide students flexibility and a conducive environment to study and complete assignments. I propose extending the hours of a select campus building or area to closing time of campus, which is 11 p.m. Extending the hours will most likely require modifying the instructor must be present clause. Exploring cost-effective solutions like employing student workers to monitor the space during extended hours could be an option, and there's an active, probably expensive 24/7 police force on this campus. This change would create a more inclusive and welcoming atmosphere, especially as we emerge from the draconian lockdown measures of the pandemic, which greatly affected student success. Let's try to identify a suitable space on campus for students who need extended evening hours. This initiative will benefit students facing unforeseen issues or with busy schedules and those who prefer late night studying. I urge the Board of Education and the college administration to consider this proposal. Thanks.
Okay, my apologies earlier. We had an incomplete list. We will now conclude public testimony. We have 2 or 3 items that are going to seem completely unrelated, and they are, to the issue that most of you came here for, but I don't think they'll take more than just a few minutes for us to get through. And then, as I said earlier, we will get to the staff update on the health clinic, and I hope as many of you as possible will stay to hear that update. So let's move to the next item. That's the president's report.
Thank you. We want to recognize that May begins Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. We celebrate this in May when we recognize the accomplishments, cultures, and diaspora of Asian American and Pacific Islander people in our community and in the United States. There are also some important moments in April that Lane experienced that I want to share with everyone. The Bachelor of Applied Science, which is the BAS in Applied Business Management, was approved by the HEC on April 13th, 2023. And we also celebrated with U.S. Representative Val Hoyle and with the Undersecretary of Rural Development, the opening of the receipt of the grant, the USDA grant of $1.5 million to fund the federally qualified health clinic. This is also, as you've been mentioning, as you've been hearing tonight, when we present a proposed budget. This week in particular, there's been a great deal of conversation about the proposed changes to the health clinic on the main campus. I could not agree with you more, all of the comments that have been shared this evening. There are a few reasons for the proposed changes. The legislative budget amount for community colleges is 2 to 2.5% below the current state service level, and all indications are that it's going to be tough to remain, even at the legislative budget numbers we have seen thus far. In fact, we are preparing ourselves for a revenue forecast that could result in even less revenue than we have been advocating for to receive. The health clinic has dedicated, exceptional staff, but it is not a financially sustainable model, nor does it serve the entire student body. Many who are taking hybrid and online courses and who are clearly interested in higher education that is offered in flexible formats. This shift has been dramatic and has risen since the pandemic. Instead of serving approximately 200 students, the number who were served in the health clinic in fall 2022, the proposal is to serve thousands of students with affordable access to healthcare services. I know that there are a lot of students here today, and it's nice to see you. This proposal is a way to provide healthcare services to you and your family members 24/7. And it would be affordable, and you will get more for your money. One of Lane's treasured values is accessibility, which means minimizing financial, geographical, environmental, social, linguistic, and cultural barriers to learning. For reasons of access and fairness, offering more students greater access to healthcare services at the lowest cost possible would be a prudent course of action and recommendation to the Board of Education, which is what the board will hear tonight. That's my report.
Okay, thank you, Abe. Thank you. I just also wanted to make a quick comment on the public comment. I meant to do this before moving into the president's report. Couple quick things. There is no decision that will be made tonight. And when we get to the presentation itself, I'll ask Dr. Bulger to just walk everybody through the process that we intend to go through so that that's clear for folks. I meant to say that earlier. I apologize for forgetting that. And I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who came and gave public testimony. I hope I can say on behalf of everybody here that we're all learning, right? That's what we learned tonight. I learned some very specific things. I'm sure others did as well. I especially wanted to give a shout out to the international students who showed up tonight. We see you, we hear you, we value you. We're glad you're here, okay? And we'll come back to this issue shortly. All right, next up is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mike Eister. Celia, would you please call the roll? Sorry. I'm sorry. This is my first time doing this in a long time. We happen to be in front of 150 people. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I do not need to speak to that motion, but we do typically ask if anybody wants to pull an item.
Would anybody, thank you for the reminder, appreciate that. Would anybody like to pull any item for discussion? All right, well, we have a motion and a second, and I think we can move to the roll call.
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Volnaghi,
Aye.
Lisa Fragola,
Aye.
Holly Johnson,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Angela Van Kraus.
Aye.
I believe the motion carries. All right, normally we'd be moving into our action items. As I said earlier, we are going to move up the discussion item of the health clinic so that folks can benefit and hear what the proposal is and some information about it. I just want to remind everybody about what I said earlier about respectful and inclusive environment. These folks have a tough job, okay? Please keep that in mind, right? They are doing their job. They're looking for opportunities. You might not agree with them. We might ultimately decide to go in a different direction, but this is the opportunity to hear the rationale for the proposal that we have before us. So Dr. Bulger, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. We'd like to start the presentation on the health clinic.
Point of order.
Somebody mind was looking at screen so we can see it as well as them. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Members of the board and President Bulger, thank you for the opportunity to come talk to you tonight about the health clinic and a proposal for a different mode of service. Brett, thanks for pulling up the slides. If you could just advance to the next slide, please. The health clinic, as you heard tonight, was founded in 1972 as a function of student interest and request. It is the only health clinic for community college in Oregon. Looking at numbers from fall of 2022, you can see that there were 412 vaccines administered at the clinic. That's for students, employees, and their family members. Other services that they provided during that time that you heard about, whether it was referrals to community resources, collaborating with community partners like HIV Alliance to provide STD treatment and other services. There were also 252 patient encounters in fall of 2022, serving 217 unique students, some of whom you heard from tonight. The top 5 reasons for visits: immunizations, sexual and reproductive health care, upper respiratory symptoms, mental health concerns, skin concerns. The students pay a $45 per term fee for on-campus students, and approximately 65% of students pay that fee. So it kind of gives you a sense of how that breakdown occurs with regard to fully online students choosing not to participate. So of those 217 unique patients, that represents about 6% of our total student population. And so what you heard tonight was a very acute need among our students, very high need students, but a very small population relative to the rest of the students.
Little lower for me. Access and affordability. So in 2017, the funding model for the health clinic shifted from the general fund to a self-support funding model. So it relies on student fees to cover the cost of the clinic. Under this model, like Shane said, the $45 a term student fee plus limited health insurance reimbursements is what covers the cost of the clinic. Over time, Lane's enrollment has declined, as you know, so have the fees for the health clinic as a result of the decline. According to the health clinic records, 217 unique patients were served in fall of 2022. This doesn't include immunizations. Based on the service hours of the health clinic, which is open Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 4:30, this is about an average of 5 patients per day, and that would be over the fall term of 2022. Additionally, Lane now offers more online classes, and students taking a fully online schedule are not charged the $45 fee. According to our enrollment data, about 30% of our student population are now taking only online courses. As a response to this, the health clinic did open an opt-in option for students to pay that fee and then would gain access to the clinic. In this year, there were 2 students who signed up in fall of 2022 for that opt-in option. There were 3 more in winter, 5 in spring. The highest record of opt-in was in fall of 2021 with 16 students. There were 1,792 visits in the fall term total, which did include immunizations. This is a per cost visit of about $524. It is estimated that for fiscal year 2023, the operating costs of the clinic will be $940,000 plus, and then the costs for the personnel and the supplies are included there as well. So we do have an estimated shortfall of about $260,000, a little bit more. From 2017 to 2023, the clinic would show an accumulated debt of over $1 million, $1.1 million. We do know that healthcare has changed with options available in Lane County. The Oregon Healthcare Plan, the Affordable Healthcare Act, and community health centers of Lane County do provide healthcare services. It should be said that the health clinic does cover convenience and access to students who come to campus. Students who are uninsured are able to use the clinic. This would have been about 38% of our students using that. And then students in fall 22 who were international students, that makes up about 16% of the student population using the clinic. When we look at, oh, sorry, that's my next slide.
So I was sort of asked to look at institutional risk, and I can tell you that when I first got that assignment, I thought, well, that's going to be a significant problem. And it could be, because we all know that insurance is not the be all end all of protecting you from risk. Although we at Lane Community College have quite a large policy against to cover us for malpractice, and also a fairly robust policy that covers us for cybersecurity issues. And so really the healthcare or the health clinic is looking at two sort of risks that are outside most other parts of the college. And that would be, malpractice when you're treating folks for health issues, and then also HIPAA violations and data breaches. And we've already had a data breach at Lane. We had that, I think it was in 2017. But so I'm going to sort of talk about both risks, and there's some good news and there's some bad news. And so the bad news with respect to malpractice is that, as like everything else in it seems this day and age, the costs are going up. So over the last decade or so, it's malpractice claims have gone up as far as average claim return, I guess, on a successful malpractice claim by close to $100,000. The claims per practitioner have also risen from 3.1 per 100 practitioners to 3.8. However, med mal claims are very difficult. And so one of the good things is that claims in general have declined precipitously since 2000. And so there just aren't as many claims being made. The good news is, again, we have $20 million per occurrence in total coverage for this type of a claim. The average claim in 2019 was $433,000, successful claim, I should say, $433,789. So clearly $20 million is quite a lot of coverage. As somebody who started their career at a large law firm in Washington, D.C., who's one of their main practices was insurance defense, I can tell you that, and I think everybody probably knows this anyway, that the first thing an insurance company does when they get a claim is try to figure out how to not pay it. And so despite having $20 million worth of coverage, that doesn't mean necessarily that everything up to $20 million is going to be covered. So there's certainly some risk there. That being said, what does that mean for Lane? There's certainly risk for claims, but overall, given that the insurance coverage amounts, the relatively low number of patients, certainly the skill and professionalism of our staff, the types of medical issues we're presented with, and we saw a list of the most common ones, I think the risk is fairly low and fairly well mitigated by insurance. So then we turn to the data breach and the HIPAA risk. And like I said, in 2017, we had a data breach related to a virus that was downloaded from a campus computer. Personal info was potentially out there for an entire year to be accessed. Ultimately, I'm not sure there was any data access, but it certainly could have happened. And this is becoming more and more of a problem, right? And so I looked into HIPAA violations, and there are two main areas of risk there, right? You have your fines for HIPAA violations, which are levied by the federal government. There's 4 tiers of HIPAA violations or data breach HIPAA violations: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, going from less severe to most severe. All of them max out on a per year number at $1.9 million. So your maximum exposure in 1 year would be $1.9 million, which is a significant amount. But again, the good news is we have coverage up to $5 million currently. Now, I will say that the PACE, which provides the initial coverage, and then we have additional coverage that we get for free, which is quite a nice thing to have. The PACE is continually talking about taking away or lessening cybersecurity coverage because it's getting to be a very common thing that they have to pay out. And as I said earlier, insurance companies don't like to pay out claims. They love to accept premiums, but they don't like to pay out claims. So it could be in the future that we would see that coverage go away and we'd have to go out in the marketplace, and it would be significantly expensive to maintain $5 million worth of coverage. Those numbers really, those fine numbers really are not as high as I thought they'd be, but where the really bad news is the lawsuits that stem from these, right? If there are injuries, these lawsuits can snowball quite quickly. So just over the past 5 years or so, we've seen lawsuits ranging from about $4.8 million at Columbia University down to, and there's 4 or 5 here, University of Rochester, 3 million, University of Mississippi, 2.75 million, our OHSU up in Portland, 2.7 million, Oklahoma State, 875,000. I mean, those are significant numbers. And if they're not covered by insurance, obviously that would be devastating. Now, we're talking about giant universities in most cases, maybe not OHSU, but certainly the other, the other 4. And they have large medical centers, massive amounts of personal information on their servers. And so we probably would not be ever looking at something that large. It's certainly possible, but I think it's less likely for us. So, but I kind of wanted to show that to highlight what has happened in the area of data breaches. So again, we have really, the good news is we have very high limits on our insurance. These claims generally come in under those limits, and that, you know, assuming that our coverage would cover us, great. But I do think there's certainly some risk there. But I think the risk is probably manageable, and that's probably less of a concern as far as the Student Health Center goes than the other issues that are being presented tonight.
Next slide, please. So with the information that's been presented this evening, we recognize that our current model is not benefiting the majority of our students, nor is it fiscally sound. We do, however, recognize that the health center is providing a very important service for those students who need it, vulnerable students, international students who so eloquently spoke today. So we ask ourselves, how can we continue to support our most vulnerable students and help them meet their educational goals, increase access to care for all students, regardless of their modality of enrollment, continue to promote health and well-being of our community, and control our costs? So we thought through a number of scenarios. The first scenario is, it is essentially our current model, and the suggestion that we've discussed was to divert general funds in the appropriate amount of $260,000 approximately per year to help support the health clinic. If this is something that the institution supports, this would be one viable alternative. We don't believe that this is fiscally sound at this point in time. Another scenario that we thought through was to increase the current fee to $52 per term and apply that to all credit students. That is based upon approximately 18,000 enrollments. This would increase the cost to $208. We thought that this was significantly increasing student fees, and it likely, you know, students who are online would still have great difficulty getting to campus to utilize that fee. So essentially that's requiring everyone to pay. But again, this is really only a very small number of students are actually using the service on campus. The third scenario we considered was maintaining the current model and adding virtual care. This in order to provide additional 24/7 options for students who are online and also our on-campus students. This would increase the current fee to about $75 per term. Again, this is based upon about 18,000 enrollments. This increases it to $225 per year. We believe that this is, while ideal, we believe this is cost prohibitive and also duplicative, and we believe that we can do this in a more effective way. The fourth scenario, which is what we are recommending tonight, and again, I want to state that we did poll our sister community colleges, and it is, you know, our model is very unique and it does have that strong tradition. But based on polling our community colleges, our sister community colleges, we realized that we may be able to do this in a different way. Our suggestion is to develop a combined model of on-campus coordinated public health initiatives and referrals. This is what our sister community colleges are doing, and they are meeting the needs of their students. And adding on a virtual care for all students and their dependents, regardless of enrollment modality. That we could do this by establishing a fee for all students of approximately $45 per year. This is based upon about an 8,500 head count. This would decrease our campus expenditures by about $600,000, and the savings would be diverted to students in the amount of $135 a year, and this is based upon the current model of $180 for the 4 terms. So we believe that by redeveloping a model and combining it with what we're doing on campus in coordination with other providers, and that adding on that virtual care component will be more equitable and will be able to serve a greater number of students.
I think I will wrap us up tonight with our last slide. So just a little bit of a comparison between what we are currently doing with the current model and then the proposed combined model that Shelley just talked about. The proposed model shows that the combined model of services would include both telehealth options and coordinated public health, and it would be of less cost for the institution. It would help the college with the accruing shortfall. It would also cost less for students. We wouldn't have the daily Monday through Thursday in-person services, but we could expand our telehealth services, which would include after hours mental health care, referrals, a pharmacy discount program, and basic needs navigators as part of those services. Would also be accessible to all students regardless of enrollment modality or access to transportation. Could also be extended to the dependents of students, which may benefit our adult learner population. Through the combined model, Lane would also bring in public health to coordinate immunizations and sexual health care and services. I think that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Bulger, Stephanie, if you would just explain to everybody, before we open up a queue for questions, just the updated sort of process by which this proposal is going to be reviewed and the timeline for a decision.
Well, we're still gathering information, and we certainly want to get additional information from the campus community, particularly the students. We have already talked to the staff, and we're presenting this to the board as a proposal, and would like to have the board's guidance on that as well.
Okay, I'm going to open up a queue. It looks like we have Austin first. Go ahead, Austin.
I just have a comment and a question. First off, let me just say that I am deeply moved by the students' comments. Your voices add to, a lot to our board discussion. I really appreciate that. For those who booed, you're better than that. These students deserve better than that, and our president did not deserve that. My comment is in regards to this presentation. This presentation is not in the board docs. If we can have that uploaded as soon as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. My question is in regards to House Bill 2002. It looks like that, yes, there is all the university student health clinics and Lane Community College, $1.6 million, which napkin math shows around $200,000. Dr. Bulger or Brett, if you'd be able to ask what are the implications of House Bill 202 passing?
Brett, would you take that one?
Sure, thank you. House Bill 2002, as was referenced earlier, has passed the House. It's currently held up in Ways and Means. If anyone's been following the legislature this week, you may have noticed that Republicans have walked out again in the Senate. So it's basically brought the Senate side to a halt. And we're not quite sure when things will pick back up again. That's probably the best news coming out of Salem at the moment. I attend a weekly meeting with higher ed advocates, our community college and university colleagues, our labor partners, the Student Association, and we get together weekly. Everyone's hearing the same message right now, and that's in 2 weeks when the revenue forecast comes out, everyone is expecting it to be down and potentially down substantially. The conversations have gone from how can we achieve a higher level of funding that's what's proposed in the Ways and Means framework to how can we maintain where we're at. It is going to be kind of all hands on deck when that comes out. And the reason I start with that is because all bills that are parked in Ways and Means at the moment, and this is one of those, it will be very difficult for bills that have added fiscals to get out of that committee if the revenue forecast is what we've been told to anticipate. We've been supportive of the bill. It's not my understanding that if it passes, the earmarked funds would be distributed equally like that, Austin. They potentially could be distributed on an FTE basis, meaning that health clinics at the U of O in Oregon State would receive more funds than smaller clinics like ours. However, the bill does come with requirements. So this was meant to not be an unfunded mandate, but they did want to make sure that as they added additional requirements, such as annual reporting requirements, training requirements for staff, that there would be some funding available to cover those. And so we've been supportive. We participated in the fiscal process, and we will continue to advocate for the bill if it appears that there's a chance for it to move forward. But at the current moment, I don't think that it would be safe to count on that as money in the bank.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Other comments or questions? Oh, Angela.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the engagement. I wanted to suggest a couple of perhaps additional things to consider as we're moving through this process. I think, we have a really strong partnership at the Cottage Grove campus with some of our local community healthcare providers. And I think there's an opportunity to potentially leverage that relationship. I know there was a conversation about bringing public health on campus, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's also important to note that public health is part of Lane County Health and Human Services, which also houses, I believe, 6 current FQHC locations, soon to be 7 with the Cottage Grove location and our campus. The CHC also offers trained access specialists that help folks get signed up for what types of benefits they might be able to be eligible for. You can find information about that on their website. You can make an appointment with them. I would like to see potentially bringing some of these folks on campus, maybe leveraging that partnership to bring these access specialists on campus, perhaps table and make sure that our students are getting every possible option available to them. In addition, I guess, I lost my train of thought. I'll come back if I remember it. Thank you.
Okay, we're just about out of time. I'm going to go to Lisa. She hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Okay, I'll get my button. So I am curious about the approach that was mentioned, I guess option 4 for where we would be providing these services. When I think about the comments of the students tonight, the services that they're accessing are based upon the relationships that they've developed with the practitioners in our clinic. And for me, as I've been thinking about this issue, access to reproductive health care, I think is really critical. And I don't think young people will walk into a facility or a community service provider that's potentially there 1 day a month or 2 days a month or 1 day a week with rotating staff. I think it's also, telehealth is also problematic, right? And I haven't spoken to anybody in the last 2 weeks that has anything good to say about telehealth, honestly. And I've been asking a lot of people because I've never done it. I didn't even do it through the pandemic. So I'd like to get a picture of if we do implement Model 4, what will the services look like for students? What will they be able to access? When will they be able to access it? I don't need to have that question answered now because I know we will be having this conversation at our next meeting of the board and a special meeting.
We are past time, but I have a sense that there may be interest in extending the time. I'm just looking around here and I'm seeing yes, nodding. Why don't we add 5 minutes to the clock and then move on? We do have a lot of other things on the agenda this evening. Austin, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, just briefly. One of the concerns I had was, and one of the concerns brought up by public comment was emergency services here on campus. And I was under the impression that one of the procedures when there is an emergency on campus is to contact the student health center first and then call emergency services because of the fast response time from the student health center. Is that currently the practice or best practice or recommended practice, or can you kind of express on that, and any information on how we would address emergency situations on campus?
Thanks, Austin. I think so. So the public comment was in reference to a student injury. All of our public safety officers are trained to provide emergency services and triage. For instance, we had an instance over the summer where they administered an AED for an employee. So that's a service that's available through public safety, sort of independent of what's available at the health clinic.
Okay, thank you.
Holly and then Angela.
Hi, thank you. I just have a question. If someone can answer for me the average amount of time it takes for an LCC student to complete an AAOT or a 2-year degree. So I'm noticing in scenario 4, I think it quotes 4 quarters. And I don't have it in front of me, but does anybody know the average amount of time it takes for a student at LCC to complete their program? Is it 2 years, or community college students, they usually go half time?
Dawn is coming to the podium.
I might want to turn to, I don't know, Kathy's in the room, do you know? 3 years to complete an AAOT.
So that information in scenario 4 wouldn't be just 4 quarters.
No, that would be just for 1 year, right?
That's that's a per year.
Yeah, including
considering the students go full time.
It wouldn't matter. But to complete the AOT, it would be considering that they would go full time.
Okay, thank you.
If the student goes full time, it's a 2-year.
It's right.
It's 6 terms for 90 credits.
6 terms, 90 credits, full time, 2 years. But the scenario that was presented is only just the cost for one year per student.
Thank you.
Right.
So if they go 3 terms, it's not that same cost.
Shelley.
We estimated this at $45 for an entire year. We did not break it down by term.
Okay, well, Angela. Sorry.
Thank you. I remembered the thing that I wanted to say earlier, while we still have hopefully a number of students in the room. A couple of things that I heard in public comment referred to new students not being really aware of what types of services were available in the community. And so I wanted to encourage administration to consider adding some more sort of education to onboarding practices in that area. I also wanted to comment on, there were a few references to not being able to get healthcare because of documentation status. And I just wanted to encourage everyone to consider looking into the Healthier Oregon Population program that OHA has recently approved. It's an expansion of a Medicaid lookalike program that doesn't have federal funding. And so if you would otherwise qualify for Medicaid, you can qualify for this program. You get an OHP card and every Medicaid benefit. So a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump into the queue real quickly and then give it to Mike, and then I'm hoping we can move on given the significant number of additional issues we have to address this evening. What I heard, the thing that I probably learned this evening was that while it's true that something like 3, 4, 5% of students use the health clinic generally, a significantly higher percentage of our international students use it. I think you quoted 16%. And that is also a relatively small amount, but it's, but it's not marginal. And so this is the thing that I learned that was this is the update that I got this evening from the testimony. So thanks to those who provided it. And so we see the 4 proposals that are there. And I just want, we will come back to this a couple of weeks from now. There is time for staff to tweak it. And my own, thought here is to encourage staff to address that particular concern in your updated presentation to us a couple of weeks from now. Mike?
Yeah, I have more questions that I can ask tonight, so I'm planning to send questions in. One question that I have is that it's not unusual for organizations, sub-organizations within a college to have professional associations that conduct reviews of their organization. And I'm wondering if our health clinic has a regular process of review, or if we have undergone reviews in the past, or if there's a plan to have a professional organization review the clinic.
Thank you for the question. I wonder if Patrick Blaine is in the room to talk about administrative program review.
I can try to answer that question, although I wasn't paying perfect attention when it was asked. I'm not aware of any external organization, although I'm sure there are state and other regulatory agencies. The Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities does not have anything in their standards that really relates meaningfully.
Well, there is a Student Health Professional Association. I don't know if they conduct reviews, but it wouldn't be unusual for there to be a professional association that provides review services.
Yeah, I'm not able to speak on that topic. It would probably be best directed to the clinic staff.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next issue. I guess before we completely close this one out, as we said, right, there's no decision this evening. A lot of information aired across the board. I think we will need to regroup a little bit as a board with our president and think through, what is the most appropriate course moving forward. But I just want to assure everybody it'll happen in broad daylight and it'll happen in front of this board. So at some time, we'll hear more from the staff, and you'll know when those are scheduled, when the opportunities for public testimony are, and when we are scheduled to make a decision going forward. I'm not going to try and answer those questions right here now. I think there's a lot of information presented tonight, and staff deserve a little bit of time to regroup and think through how best to respond. So we will move on to our next agenda item, and it's a completely different kind of thing. So yes. Let's shake off the one and kind of get ready for entirely different sorts of things. We're going to move into Associate of Science degree in music. And we have just 5 minutes on the board for it.
Yes, Dr. Tinkham, please come to the podium. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone, again. At the April 19th work section, the board received a presentation of the Associate of Science in Music. This will be the college's very first discipline-specific AS degree. The rationale for developing this degree is that the AAOT does not transfer well into the fine arts. And you heard faculty member Matt Savopoda was here, and he answered many of your questions. Are there any additional questions?
Austin, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the Associates of Science degree in music.
Second.
Austin, do you want to speak to the motion? You don't have to.
Yeah, no, altogether, I'm really supportive of this. Music and education in music has extraordinary benefits to the community, even on an economic level. And I see this as a great benefit to our college and to our community. And I look forward to seeing the students and their talents displayed regularly through this program and through the many other artistic programs that we have here at this community college. Really impressive.
Any additional discussion? Lisa?
Yeah, I also wanted to recognize the efforts of faculty on this degree. Thank you for your work on it, as well as the collaboration with the University of Oregon.
Okay, let's move forward with, excuse me, with the roll call vote. Thank you. I'm getting a lot of help here tonight because it's the first time I've done this here at Lane Community College, and I definitely appreciate the support. Celia, please go ahead and call the roll.
Mike Eister.
Aye.
Austin Volnaghi.
Enthusiastic aye.
Lisa Fragala.
Aye.
Holly Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Mattel.
Aye.
Angela Van Kraus.
Aye.
Okay, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item, naming recommendation. Shane Turner, I believe you're up.
Good evening, members of the board. It's my privilege to bring forward tonight a recommendation to name the Fitness Education Center after longtime employee Alan Barrett on behalf of a naming committee that worked with him in some capacity over his 40 years of employment with the college. He retired in 2022. He worked in IT, and every system that our employees use still has his fingerprint on it. And you can draw a straight line between the good relationships that we have with LCCEF as an administration and Alan's tenure as president of that association. And so I hope that you approve this recommendation to name the Fitness Education Center after Alan Barrett.
Well, thank you, Shane. And I know that there was a memo in the board packet. I assume everybody's had a chance to read it. I'll open up a queue.
I was just going to move that we approve.
That's what I meant to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Austin. Mike, would you like to say anything additional?
I think we've heard enough about the virtues of Alan Barrett, and I think we should name the health center, the fitness center after him.
Wonderful. Any additional discussion? Celia, please take the roll call.
Mike Eister.
Aye.
Austin Volnaghi.
Aye.
Lisa Fragala.
Aye.
Holly Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Mattel.
Aye.
Angela Van Kraus.
Aye.
That carries. Thank you, Shane. And that was a minute and a half only. Thank you. Yeah. And thanks everybody for your support of Alan. All right, we're going to move on to item C, student activity fee.
Thank you, Dawn.
Good evening. So in your packet, you have the recommendation for this year's student activity fee brought to you by the Student Activity Fee Committee, who makes a recommendation to you every year. This has been in front of President Bolger, and she has given her okay to move forward. There is a reduction this year by 71 cents and some changes in the allocations as well. So that is the recommendation for this year.
Do I have a motion?
That motion here, move to approve the student activity fee for fiscal year 2024.
All right. And a second from, I think that was Holly.
Holly.
Holly, thank you. Austin, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, just it's obviously something we have to do every year. I really appreciate getting a good understanding of how these conversations go as far as creating these student fees of recommended amounts. So I really appreciate the hard work of all the students and staff that were involved in this. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Don, I just wanted to say, if you'd pass on to the students, I read the memo. I saw that there was a request from Osberg. There was some pushback from the student leadership saying, we gave you an increase last year and you haven't actually done very much on our campus, and then went forward and denied them the fee. And while those are tough things to do, we here face those kinds of, difficult decisions. We have one in front of us tonight. I just want to commend the students for taking a tough line that's probably going to be, educational and useful down the road with maintaining fiscal discipline. So the students can do it. Hopefully we'll be able to do the same. All right, I think we're ready to take the vote. Celia, would you handle that?
Yes, Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Fullnagy,
Really quick, Angela had her hand up for a question.
I'm sorry, Angela.
Mhm.
I don't mean to disrupt the voting. It was, thank you.
With that, I vote aye.
Lisa Fragala,
Aye.
Holly Johnson,
I can lip read. I saw her say aye. I saw it.
Aye, yes.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Angela Van Cross.
Aye.
Angela, you've taken the vote, and I appreciate you letting us complete that. I'm sorry for missing your comment. Would you like to say something?
Sure. I just also wanted to commend the students. I appreciate having the memo, the explanation, and I know it is the students' job to prepare those and present it to us, but I was pleased to see the increases in a number of groups. But I'm simply happy to see the increases for. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, supplemental budget resolution. Marlene, it looks like this one's yours.
Yes, anytime that there's a change to the current budget, then we must bring the supplemental budget resolution, and that's what this is tonight.
Yes, we're presenting the supplemental budget for Fund 3 Debt Service Fund. This is due to the Piers Bond 2022 sale that took place in late June 2022. It's so that we can make the principal and interest payment. The request is to increase by 4.3 million, which would bring the revised budget to 24.85.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, clarifications? Well, in that case, I'm looking for a motion. Looks like Austin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I make a motion rather to approve resolution 679 to approve an FY 22-23 supplemental budget.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Lisa. Austin, anything additional you want to add to the discussion before we take a vote?
No, questions I had were answered previously. I encourage a yes vote on this.
All right, looks like Angela has something to say.
Just a question. I feel like I should already understand this better than I do. Are we just moving peas on the plate, or is this additional money that we didn't budget?
The situation was that the sale of the bond came through in late June after the budget had already been presented and approved. So it had not been included in the current budget.
Right, but we approved it, so now we should pay for it. Thank you.
Angela, I see your hand is down. Any other questions or discussion before we go to the vote? Okay, Celia?
Mike Eister,
Aye.
Austin Fullnagy,
Aye.
Lisa Fragala,
Aye.
Holly Johnson,
Aye.
Steve Mattel,
Aye.
Angela Van Cross.
Aye.
Okay, well, thank you. We are moving very rapidly here. That closes out our action items. Yes, Lisa?
I was wondering if I could move to amend the agenda and.
Oh, Lisa?
Oh,
I was wondering if I could move to amend the agenda, and move the unmanned aircraft systems up, since we have guests that are presenting on that.
And I will second that motion. Right, I think we need that. I think it's a great suggestion. Any discussion, additional discussion? Thank you. All right, let's take the roll to move the unmanned aircraft systems up. Celia?
Mike Ister.
Aye.
Austin Fullnagy.
Aye.
Lisa Fragala.
Aye.
Holly Johnson.
Aye.
Steve Mattel.
Aye.
Angela Van Cross.
Aye.
Okay, and I've also just been informed that we are removing the Bond Oversight Committee update from the agenda this evening, and I'm sure it'll come back on a future agenda. So it looks like what we're doing now is, next up is the unmanned aircraft systems.
Dr. Tinkham, could you introduce this program?
Absolutely. Tonight, we have a presentation for you about the Unmanned Systems Education Program here at Lane. And with me, I have a faculty member, Solomon Singer. He is the lead faculty member for the Unmanned Aircraft Systems Program. He's going to give you an overview of this very exciting program, which I'm really excited to learn about as well. I have a little bit of background in aviation, but I'm wanting to learn more. And Solomon has been with our institution for 5 years. I've read his bio. I know that he has some experience as a private pilot, correct? And then also maintenance as well. So he comes with a lot of knowledge about the aviation industry.
And while you're coming up to the podium, I'll just say that I think people have been kicking me under the table for the last 20 minutes, trying to remind me to move this up so that you could get out here sooner. And I did my best. It was, and I forgot to move it up as I should have. So my apologies, and thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Tinkham, and thank you, members of the board. It's a real pleasure to be here today. If we can have a couple of minutes to just have your attention for this evening, I'd love to talk about our awesome new degree program that started in the fall and is now in its finishing up at the end of this term. It's the first year of the new cohort. Very exciting updates, really amazing partnerships that we've developed, and we're full. Students are loving it. They're getting great jobs. And so I have a slideshow presentation here to show you. So if you could bring your attention there, please. So this is, here, let's see, we got a front picture here of a group of our students. So this is out in the flying field here on main campus where we fly. And this is a really cool group of people here. So vast majority of all of those people are hired now in jobs that are no less than $80,000 a year, ranging up into the hundreds, 120,000 roughly for one of several of the students that are graduating our program from this shot. And you can see all the different aircraft and different large fixed wings, small fixed wings, a variety of different autonomous aircraft that are completely able to fly complex missions on their own. We actually teach how to build those aircraft and how to maintain them and how to work with them in the industry with industry standard components and technology. So this really is how we show how we can have empowerment and equity and quite a bit of diversity actually for the fall cohort. I'm very excited to say we have a quarter of our students are women, and we have a quarter of our students as well for the fall are also veterans. So I'd like to just take a moment and thank everyone who's in this room who have served this country. And also we have an amazing team of veterans as well in our program that are loving it and going right through. And so next slide, if you don't mind. So this is actually one of the drones that the students completely designed and 3D printed themselves. So this is a very exciting opportunity. These students loved it. They went through the entire process of designing this aircraft from scratch. And the exciting part is it's all in one term. They actually got it to fly really well at the end of that term from scratch. So I'd just like to emphasize that our universal design of the curriculum helps all students from all walks of life succeed in STEM curricula. And this type of program specifically incorporates a vast majority of all the different STEM disciplines, including rapid manufacture, CNC, such as additive and subtractive manufacturing. And we actually partner with incredible folks over here in our manufacturing program on campus. So we're actually doing a sort of a multidisciplinary approach to our program, where we actually incorporate different knowledge bases and different instructor teams to help with these processes. So it's a super exciting equitable approach, because it gives the students an opportunity to get access to things they would never be able to get access to normally. It would be a very expensive 4-year aerospace college, and a lot of people that's far out of their reach. So for a low cost, accessible, universal design curriculum, this is really the goal, is just to get them hired and get some world-class quality training for them. Next slide, thank you. So here we see in a classroom where they actually get 3 different kits as part of the degree. So they actually put them together from scratch, and they put them, assemble them, program them, and then fly them, and they also get to keep them. So 3 different kits are sort of integral components of our program. And so this is how we get high quality careers for underrepresented communities, and a vast majority of our students actually are from very diverse backgrounds and different walks of life. So there's like people that are come in from, 3 careers, and they're getting re-educated for another career. Some are insurance people who are going through an insurance situation to get retrained. And then there's other people that are brand new out of high school, and they're all in the same group. So that diverse, amazing group of people really improves the ability for everyone to have such an awesome experience. And then they all really just go into these STEM fields and get really well-paying jobs right after this degree. So such an awesome opportunity to really just show that showcase of this high technology in such an accessible format here. Next slide. So here's one of the groups. This is right in the height of the COVID pandemic here. We were lucky enough to be able to have authorizations to do it safely and in the correct manner. So you see here on campus, we're outside, and we have our fixed wing aircraft that are the kits, one of the kits that the students get. What's really amazing too is we actually incorporate a vast majority of a lot of different disciplines. So our students can actually go into any different field that they are excited about, that they took part in this program. Some of them are maintenance. There's a big aerospace manufacture setting in Oregon here. There's 3D printing, 3D design, electronics and radio systems. They actually get radio licenses as part of their degree as well, including drone licenses. We do rapid prototyping and autopilots and avionics. And I'm actually proud to say we are one of the few colleges in the entire country teaching an autopilot certificate. So that's part of the new degree. It's a stackable certificate, including others, but it's a very exciting opportunity for students to get really valuable knowledge that they never get anywhere else very easily. Next. So here we can see actually a group of people with all of their quadcopters. This is all outside, beautiful day, unusual winter, beautiful day here. We are one of the few colleges in the country to actually give kits as part of the program. So no better way to learn hands-on than giving the students industry standard high quality components that we just get for them at a special cost. We work with our partner industries to be able to get lower cost components for our students. And then we give them a fully autonomous quadcopter, a fully autonomous vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It was actually basically like a quadcopter and an airplane put together, but that's how they're doing drone deliveries nowadays, and it's a very powerful platform. So we give that to them as well. And then we also have a stabilized fixed wing trainer, and that's great because they can crash it a bunch of times and it's nice and safe and it doesn't break. So next slide. So here's another one. Really important to emphasize, though, this unique method of training that shows the students exactly what they need to know to get hired, because of course we're all here for the students. And it was a really amazing thing to hear from everyone today and to just see that the students are engaging in their education. And I think that's such an important thing, especially in our program, is they want to be there to learn. This is exciting. They want a career in this field. And this is a perfect opportunity to give them perfect experience with hands-on training that gives them at least $60,000 to $120,000 starting pay. We don't have any student actually that's graduated from our program that's earning less than around $60,000 to $80,000. Next. Here you can actually see a really cool project that we just completed recently in the center picture there. That's actually a Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue heavy lift drone that we custom designed for the Lane County Sheriff's Office Search and Rescue team. And all of our students did 100% of the work on it. So on the left-hand side, you can see some precision soldering, aerospace soldering. This is a really big skill. In fact, a lot of jobs actually request a soldering practice demo before you even, in your interview, they will make you do exactly that. And so our students have great experience hands-on with that. We're building this heavy lift aircraft, and it has a special winching mechanism on the bottom, so you can lower down like a water ball on a radio to someone that's in distress. And they actually are flying this on a daily basis at the Sheriff's Office right now. So we do training with them. We build their aircraft for them. It's a really cool opportunity. So we're just going through that in the lab there. Next picture. So this is several different pictures from several different terms. On the left-hand side, they're doing a pre-flight inspection and getting flying for some mapping missions. In the middle there, we actually have a very special device, kind of hard to see in the picture, but it is a thrust test stand. So it's one of those aerospace industry standard type of testing systems where we actually are able to tune propellers and motors together. So it's anyway, very interesting, exciting stuff. The students are very excited about that in the lab there. On the right-hand side is one of the largest paying industries that we work with very closely, and it's surveying. So we're not surveyors, we're not a surveying school, that is a licensed profession, but we do the same skills and hands-on techniques that they do, and our students get hired by surveying companies, currently are. In fact, we had the privilege of being featured in the Lane Community College Foundation year-end report with one of our graduates that is working for a local surveying company. Amazing opportunity that he has there, and it's such an exciting thing to see them actually use the exact curriculum that we taught them in a surveying company. So very exciting, and we have a 100% retention rate for students during the pandemic of the last couple of terms. So perfectly, it's a great example. As it speaks for itself, the students really love what we do here. Next. So here we actually have two different cool pictures. One on the left is a fixed wing pair. Those are fully autonomous aircraft, industry standard aircraft there. We give these students the tools to succeed despite their living circumstances. Some of them are home free, some of them are significantly underrepresented communities in Oregon here. And this is a fast track tool to get them into an industry where they're able to get very good pay. And that's a big factor here because a lot of times these tools are not available to people. So this is a fast track into a high paying STEM discipline, no matter who you are or what background you came from. Next. This is on one of our many field trips to industry partners. On the left is Sprite that does medical drone delivery. And here in Oregon, so they actually deliver blood and organs and different things like that. They're working on authorizations to go all across Oregon here soon. But we actually have a paid internship that we do with them up in Pendleton, Oregon. And our students get full paid summer internships there. So we're working with them closely. We also have Census on the right. And that's actually another paid internship that we do at Pendleton UAS Test Range, a specific airport that they fly aircraft like that. And so we have students that work up there, very cool opportunities to do some really incredible world-class drone operations. It might not look like much, but that little orange and white plane is over $100,000. Next. So this is actually my personal pride and joy. This is an aircraft that I've designed with some industry partners and engineers in the field. This is a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that we build fully from scratch here at Lane. And the students use it. It's a research training aircraft, so it's actually modified extensively to be able to be modified as students need. And so this is a vertical takeoff and landing aircraft with about a 9.5-foot wingspan. It's made out of foam and CNC, and we make it all here in-house 100%. And I just like to emphasize that this is how we improve the students' ability to get access to this type of equipment. And it obviously just helps with equity and inclusion to be able to give students the opportunity to have something that would cost normally several $100,000 and very few schools in the country have. So it's a very exciting opportunity. It's actually made in-house here at Lane. Next. So this emphasizes the kind of important aspects that we actually delve into here. So this is a computational fluid dynamics. In other words, it's essentially a computer wind tunnel. So we can put our virtual wings and the different kinds of aircraft designs that we have into a virtual wind tunnel and see how they fly. So on the left-hand side, you can actually see a wing that's stalling. So that means it's not flying anymore, but it's at such a high angle of attack so we can actually analyze what happens. The students go through the full process with this. It's actually remarkably easy. And even without any mathematical background, you can have great success in being able to do all this stuff. So it's a really exciting opportunity because most students never get access to this. Next. Here's another view of that VTOL, beautiful little rendering there. On the right-hand side, you can actually see another virtual model analysis that we do. It's called, well, it's basically stress testing is what it is. And so you can actually put a virtual piece of drone component in there and see when it breaks virtually. So the students do that as well. It's finite element analysis. It's an amazing application, but the students also get hands-on with that. Next. And so here, another couple of views of some cool parts that we designed right here at Lane. We've got some world-class printers, some CNC machines. We put these all together and the students get hands-on with these and design these components. So variety of different components there, including a motor mount and some other avionics components. In the middle, you can actually see another computational fluid dynamics analysis of a wingtip vortex. So that's how we understand how the wings fly. And essentially it's, again, a wind tunnel analysis, but talk about awesome. When you show this to the students, they just get excited. So very cool opportunity to get that hands-on training. Next. So here's another couple views. On the left is our CNC machine cutting out some wing pieces. On the right-hand side is some motor mounts that are actually designed are in-house here at our Lane manufacturing in Building 12. And then in the center is the flight lab where we're actually putting together a Penguin B VTOL. This is a military aircraft. It's been adopted by the US military. It's an amazing training tool. It is a huge aircraft, very impressive. It's gas powered. We're actually putting some special new landing gear on it there. And this is really an awesome opportunity for students to get hands-on with like about a $50,000 aircraft that we got with grant funding. So really honored to be able to do that partnership training. And on the next slide, if you see that, we're actually starting to show what we're doing with this aircraft. So in the left picture, we see a PhD student and a advisor working with us on our Penguin B VTOL. And we're partnering actually with Stanford and Scripps Research, among many other institutions and entities. And specifically with Stanford, we're actually doing Antarctic ice research partnerships. So they are planning on flying, and on the left-hand side, you see them holding up something onto the wing. That's actually a very special antenna that will beam radar signals down into the ice in Antarctica, and it will actually determine how deep the ice is. So it's a very unique technique, and in fact, it's so exciting. This has never been done in the world before. So this is brand new research that's never been done in Antarctica with drones, and we're honored to be able to partner with them to build and help them design their own aircraft. They're buying the same aircraft that we did, and we're helping them partner with them very closely to build this special aircraft that needs all of these unique features, including operations in extremely low temperatures and operations near the South Pole where you can't use magnetometers. So we're helping them modify their own aircraft, and they're coming up and training with us. We're going down and training with them. Incredible opportunity to partner with them. And this is just really underscoring. When you tell them, the students, you're going to work on some world-class Antarctic ice research with Stanford, and you're the one that's going to get hands-on with this, this is dreams right here. So this is dreams, and they're made right here at Lane. So just wanted to show you a couple of awesome views of that drone and what we did there. Next slide. And this, of course, is another 3D printed quadcopter aircraft that the students completely designed, programmed, and flew themselves. And just underscores the kind of tools that you need to give students to succeed are the kind of tools they will see in the industry. So this is actually a similar tool as one of our industry partners, which is Rapid Flight, and they 3D print drones for the military. And they get ideas and they have to produce them in about the period of time our students produce their drones. So a very exciting opportunity. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have time for this, but there is a YouTube video there that was a capstone project of one of our graduates. It's a little advertising sort of promo overview of our program, but it's there for your later review. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Well, thank you, and I'll open up a queue. I just can't help but have to say, this is the second time this year, the second time in this academic year where I thought, I got the wrong degree. If I could start all over again, this would be a path for me. So thank you so much. And thank you also for just, helping remind us that despite, the challenges, right, and the difficulties, the financial stress that we're under, that we're also as an institution really doing amazing things with our faculty, our staff, and our students. So thanks for reminding us of that. I'll open up a queue. Lisa, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much. I think this is the third time I've heard you
Oh, wonderful.
present, and I learn something new every time. I really appreciate the collaboration efforts that you make. I'm curious, what is the capacity in the program? How many students can you work with? And what kind of outreach do you do to high schools, or do you not need to do much research to fill the program?
Great question. So we actually do, to answer your second one here, we do quite a bit of outreach. Myself, I actually, and Josh, call out to Josh there, amazing work in the Aviation Academy as a whole. But we go to a significant amount of high school outreach events. They come and do field trips. We sponsor field trips for them to come to us because I think that's even a more valuable thing for them to see our facility. We partner in the Women in Trades event, which has had great success. We've had a significant amount of interest with the career day. We had 92 students, and we actually gave them a little drone to fly and keep, and they loved that. And so it was a huge hit. And anytime we are able to reach out and specifically target certain audiences that we feel need to have more representation in the UAS field, it has had resounding success. So we've done that with underrepresented communities, and my next goal is to actually focus on the indigenous population and natives in the area, especially specifically. And it's sort of modeling actually an interesting feature, which the Sioux Nation and several others have jumped on board significantly with unmanned aircraft in other areas of the country. And I'd like to follow that suit because I think it's a very important community to support. So we're just targeting specific areas, and we're making it so that this diversity is an empowering tool. Yes. Oh, yes, sorry, capacity. So we're currently capped at 20, and the reason for that is we have a limitation on the ability to have enough drones. So if we had more drones and I had a couple of assistants, we could definitely increase. But currently, we're working hard on trying to increase that number now. But at the moment, for safety reasons and liability concerns, we want to have enough drones and teacher-student ratios to make it work. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Austin, go ahead.
Just overall, I would love to figure out how we can increase capacity, especially to serve indigenous populations. If there was a partnership that you could have, you kind of mentioned a little bit of a program that you'd like to follow up with, and you obviously talked about many different partnerships that you've created. If there was a partnership that you could create for this program, what would it be? Is it a local company? Is it an institution? What would be a partnership that you would like to foresee with this program?
That's a fantastic question. So it's hard to really pinpoint one specific industry. I would actually have to say for that I'd like to expand our industry partners in the local area, especially Lane County. And what we do right now, just as a quick insight, we actually have a program which we fly for Eugene Country Club, the U.S. Forest Service, Rosboro Lumber, several different farms locally around here for plant health analysis, because we have the ability to do that with aircraft. So what we do is we basically say to the community, we can provide a free service for information and drone services and maps and 3D models and plant health analyses and videos and photos for free in exchange for the students to come and get an opportunity to fly. And so we do that quite a bit, super popular, as you can imagine. But I would like to expand that opportunity to be able to do more public service, because not only do we have a powerful educational institution with resources, but we also have students who are dying to do real world hands-on activities. So if we combine those two, not only can we help the community, and which is actually the goal for the Penguin B VTOL. Not only is it a training aircraft, but we're also planning on having it on call for the Sheriff's Office search and rescue for like a missing child or something like that. They can just call us up any day or night, and we'll come out with our drone and help the search. We'll also do that with fire. I'm also a firefighter, and so we work closely with the Lane County Sheriff's Office and the local fire teams here. So I would like it for our program to be a community resource as well as a training institution, and that's such a cool synergy. So I'd really like to kind of emphasize that. And that is broad and has a vast variety for the students to experience. So they can then branch off and say, you know what? I loved when we were doing lumber. I'd like to go into that field, right? Or, hey, I just love doing video. Let's do that. So the opportunity for the students to get like a broad experience from helping our community, I think, is the best.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next item. Thank you so much, Solomon. We have 3 or 4 items remaining, folks. It's something like 9 o'clock, so let's try and move through things as expeditiously as we can. Next up is the Target X EAB. Dawn, I think, is presenting.
Dawn is introducing because there are 4 individuals here this evening who have worked really, really hard over the last 2 years to get these softwares, TargetX and EAB, sort of off the ground and implemented. This is really, really a big deal. This is new software for Lane Community College. It's not something we've ever had before. These software systems are designed to improve the student experience, increase retention, and hopefully support our enrollment goals. They are maintained using a continuous improvement model so that the systems are responding to student needs and are sort of broadly collaborating with our cross-campus partners for the onboarding and retention of our students. While the team is presenting to you tonight, there are others who have contributed to the implementation of these systems, including our partners in international programs, IT, high school connections, ABSE, ESL, and we're trying to expand those partners more broadly across the campus as we learn more about these softwares and what they are able to do. So I'm going to hand it over to the team, and they are going to introduce themselves and quickly talk through a presentation.
Hi, I'm Tammy Garlock, the Director of Academic Advising, Title III grant, which purchased the CRM and early outreach.
Good evening. My name is Ted Calcaterra. I'm an academic advisor. I also do the training for the EAB platform.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Rosa Maria, and I am the college recruiter. I work in the admissions office as the coordinator.
And I'm Kyle Schmidt. I'm the web developer, and it's my bedtime, so I'm gonna move as fast as I can. Slide, please. Thanks. So what are TargetX and EAB? Between the two of them, they're designed to help us communicate to students from the point they're first interested in going to the college to when they eventually reach their degree or they achieve their goal. TargetX is on the recruitment side. It helps us from when we first learn about a student, whether it's through a request for information form or when we meet them at a fair, and it helps us send communications to them. It helps us reach out to them about events, and it pushes them into an admissions application. This is a new admissions application which replaced the one in Banner 8 that was going away. And then it provides us with some analytics to learn about the students that we've been recruiting. Once they've registered for classes, they move into EAB Navigate, which is our retention system, which helps keep students here until they reach that goal. It provides appointment scheduling, case management, early alerts, and registration campaigns, which is a big improvement over the old scripts that we used to do, and some retention analytics, an academic planner, and a registration tool. We're still implementing some of those at the end. Slide. Thanks. So what is a CRM and what's it do? In the admissions world, we talk a lot about this funnel. At the very top of the funnel, we have prospective students. They're the people who are just interested in going to college at all. For us as a community college, really that's everybody in the county. Then students usually request information, or they reach out, they talk to us in some way, they move a little bit more deeper into that funnel that we know they're a little more invested in the college. Then we try to get them to submit an application, and we move them into their steps to enroll. We try to encourage them to complete each of their steps, and then they eventually register, and then they move over to EAB. The CRM helps us send communications that are targeted to that student that is going to help them move along each step of the way. Next slide. So how does it do that? It takes all this contact information that's over on the left hand of this slide here. It moves it into this big giant database. And then there's a bunch of pieces inside of that database that help us move the student along that path. So we have, for instance, events management, where we build an event in the system, we send it out to the students, they sign up for it, and it puts them automatically in a communications campaign where it reminds them, don't forget, you have a tour coming up this Friday. Here's directions for how to find the college. Here's where you're going to go. Then afterward, it sends another email automatically saying, thank you for coming to your tour. I hope you had a good time. My name is Rosa Maria. Please reach out to me if you have any questions. We have the admissions application where we're able to send reminders. Hey, we noticed you created an account in your portal and you haven't submitted an application yet. Is there anything we can help you with? We have the actual application portal where we show the student their the different pieces that they have to do to complete their steps to enroll. All of this allows us to do automated communications that are personalized. It's not just that we're sending, dear student, as we're saying, Mike, we noticed you're interested in the drone program. Here's some more information.
Me too, by the way, yeah, me too.
And they let us manage our leads. So we're able to see which leads came from where, we're able to see which leads are managed by which recruiter and which department. Slide, please. So our milestones, it actually started well before this. We started way back about a year before June 2022 when we first went out to replace our previous CRM, which was much more focused to small business. We wanted to move to something which was focused on higher education. We're still implementing new parts of the CRM. Our most recent thing is moving into selective applications, like the EMT program and the HIM program. We'll be adding additional programs as time goes. Slide, please. We've made a lot of improvements across the entire admissions system. And I want to emphasize this isn't just we added a CRM. This is we got everybody that was involved in admissions work at the college into a room together, and we talked about all the different processes and practices and sought alignments between us and sought ways to make improvements. It took a lot of time just to define all of these little tiny things and figure out how to make them work between the groups. So for instance, we've started a process to improve how we handle the forms that students fill out when they're under 18. So this will hopefully be an automated thing instead of them having to find a form, scan it, mail it in, have somebody manually release the under 18 holding banner. We're hoping to get to a point where we can just automate that without any employee intervention at all. Slide, please. Of course, we've also had some challenges. So for instance, CRMs were kind of new to this institution. They'd previously only been used in the admissions office. Now we're trying to expand them to a lot of different departments, and there's some confusion about what a CRM is. There's some people who say, well, just send me the leads right away. I want to communicate with them directly. And we're like, well, yeah, but let's work with us so we can get you in there to send those automated communications so that we can, you can get more done without having to manually do a lot of typing of emails. One of our biggest challenges was we didn't have a dedicated admissions or administrative person for running these systems. I was moonlighting as the CRM admin in my free time. And the most recent challenge has been spam and fraudulent applications. There has been a tremendous uptick across the country this year in people who submit applications that are not real students who are either seeking federal financial aid dollars or who are trying to get access to email addresses to buy reduced software and then resell it. Slide, please. And I'll turn this over to Rosa Maria.
Forgot which slide I had. So one of the ways that we've been able to leverage the CRM is to host all of our events within the CRM and be able to track any sort of contact that we have with the prospect or any leads. So our friends in the drone program, if you want to talk to us about those leads, we have tools to use to help you connect with those students. So these are some data here for you to take a look at. We recruit students outside of Lane County. So if that's a question that any of you have, we do. We understand that, recruitment has to be outside of Lane County as well. So I personally drive to different college fairs throughout the state across the year and making sure that we connect with students who are interested in coming to Lane. Additionally to that, we have continued to offer online info sessions to promote college programs, of course, our processes. We understand that everybody can come to the campus to visit us. Although right here, you see numbers of individual tours that we do with families who reach out to us to schedule these visits. We're not including visits that a high school may arrange with us. So for example, last Friday, we had 300 students on campus for our Hands-on Career Day, and we will be reaching intentionally to every single one of those students using our CRM to let them know about programs that they are interested in. Obviously, me as the sole recruiter can't contact every single one of those students, but those are one of the ways we can leverage the CRM to contact these students and make it a more personalized experience for them so that they get information about the sessions that they attended, or they hear from our president and a welcome address or different things, or hear from the dean. So we are also starting a new campaign. We had a conversation with our financial aid department, and we have a lot of students who include Lane or add Lane as one of their schools on their FAFSA. And we want to be intentional about communicating with those groups of students and letting them know about the process of admissions and how they can get plugged in and get to know us a little bit more. So we're going to be continuing to pursue those campaigns as students are adding us on their FAFSAs, moving forward. So with that, I will hand it over to our friends in EAB.
As Rosa said, it's kind of late. My voice is disappearing as it does in the evening. If we can switch to the next slide for me. Thank you. So really, in a nutshell, EAB is a way where we can center the student within a platform that's across the campus. Prior to this, students used to have to navigate and negotiate different resources and different ways to schedule appointments. So they couldn't go to academic advising and schedule an appointment with a different area if they needed to. They had to go to different areas. Within the platform, we can actually schedule appointments and do quite a bit of support for the students within the platform. Across the different areas, such as administration, faculty, and student services, within the platform, we can all add notes on the students so that if a faculty had talked to a student, they had written what they needed the student to talk to an academic advisor, it would be there. So the student does not have to repeat their story, their narrative. We can start acting on it. In the past, the way that would look was the student would come in and say, they sent me to you to discuss this. And now within the platform, we can identify what that was. And that's basically what this kind of looks like. So if you want to go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So from feedback from student, staff, and program reviews, it showed a need to improve this across the campus, where we could communicate, be transparent from different departments, from different work groups and things like that. We needed to streamline the system for the students to make it efficient for them to move around instead of having to navigate or negotiate different resources on campus. This is supporting our guided pathway framework as well as enrollment management. And it's a better way for us to access the data so we can do quick changes if we need to in the services that we supply. It also creates what I mentioned before, this really neat hub where we as faculty and staff and administration can work together on focusing on students. Tammy, I'm going to turn it over to Tammy.
Next slide, please. So just a little bit of a few accomplishments over the last couple of years. So Title III grant actually purchased EAB software in January 2020, and we started integration immediately. The first group in the college that actually started using EAB were the academic advisors on campus. And it has gone great. We now have 19 departments on campus using EAB system for information on their students or to input information on the students. We are in the process of training faculty on using EAB and the early alert system in the EAB system. We've launched our first texting and email campaigns and messages. We sent out last fall some registration campaigns. And what we can do is we can look up every student that is registered for last spring and summer that had not yet registered for fall. We can set it up to automatically send a message to those students every week, and it will update automatically as to who actually registered in that time frame, so it'll reduce those students from the next round of emails. And that can keep going for as long as we set that to go. And so every term we have been using that email campaign to get students in. We can also text them messages regarding the college transfer fairs that's at Lane Community College. The first week of the term, we sent out a message saying, hey, remember you must attend your classes this term or you could be dropped. The last day to drop classes or switch classes is such and such a day. So the students are responding to the text messages and they're also responding to the campaigns that we are sending out. We have set up a kiosk in the lobby so students can actually check in the lobby, and then also in building room 103 to see advisors and retention counselors. And in winter term, we launched the early alert system. So students that are struggling in class, or if an instructor has another concern, they can actually use EAB and submit an alert on that student. And our early outreach team will pick that up and reach out to the student via the phone, via a phone call, and have a conversation with that student to see what needs that we offer, that they have, that we can fulfill some supports for. And currently, we are building academic planner templates in EAB, and we are hoping to have those up and running for fall term. So that means that a student that comes in for fall term, they can actually go in, pull up the drone program that they're in, and they can actually see a map from start to finish on when to take what classes and when they're offered, what the sequence of classes, if there's prerequisites there. And we can also suggest we can make a note on there saying, check with U of O for your transfer information on this term. So we can write whatever notes we want on that plan, but that plan will be geared towards those students and they can see when they can complete that program. So that will start in fall. So challenges, slow to launch, partly because of COVID, partly because we didn't have a full-time administrator. We have 3 people working half-time on EAB right now. The limited resources for training and onboarding. Faculty usage is very voluntary, so we've had a low response rate and usage for our early alert system. And I'd like to see that improve because I think it's a best practice and it would improve student success and completion. Next steps is our academic planners being launched. And then we also, from an academic planner, students can actually register for classes. So if we can get all that set up, they can pull up their plan and they can click on fall term and register right from there on the classes. So hopefully we will get that going for this next year before the grant expires. And we would like to expand faculty usage of EAB in the early alert system. And also in EAB, when students log into it the first time, there's actually a survey that they can take that can ask, are you a first generation college student? Do you struggle with childcare? Do you have concerns about finances when you're in school? And so this year we're going to start using those within the early outreach program because we can run reports on those students. And so the first generation students, we can route over to TRIO and say, hey, TRIO, here's a list of students if you want to reach out to them and see if they are interested in your program. If they're interested in childcare, they have concerns about that, we can route them over to the childcare center. And so there's a lot we're still learning on EAB, but it's pretty exciting actually. And every time we're in a meeting with EAB, we come up with some other project we can start and another way to utilize the system to improve student services and student success. And just a little bit of data on the next slide. For fall term, there were 27,913 contacts noted in EAB by 19 departments using the system. Compared to fall 21, where we had 5,000 contacts with 2 student departments within EAB. So that's how much it grew. And we had 44,636 emails sent and 40,589 SMSs sent. Is that text messages? Okay. So a total of 85,225 messages that went out through the EAB system this year. And that's it.
Wow, thank you. Cape Drone Program, the pressure is on. There's 19 departments. I hope you're going to be the 20th. We have just a minute or so for questions. Austin, why don't you go ahead?
Just briefly, how's this program used in communication with international students and or monolingual non-English speakers?
I guess which program?
Oh, like so international student recruitment. I apologize, because there's a recruitment piece of it.
Yeah, thank you. We're working with international closely. The administrator for the system we hired was formerly from international programs. So we worked their existing campaign that they'd previously built into the new system. There's some customizations based on country, but it's not comprehensive. We're still working on further customizing for language preference, for instance.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. So I noticed in the.
Lisa. Sorry.
Aren't I loud enough, y'all? So I noticed in the presentation that this was initially paid for by Gear Up grants and Title III funds. And so was that a one-time expense or is it a subscription? And where will the funding come from moving forward? I'm not considering, well, maybe I should be considering staff. I don't know.
So with TargetX, the CRM, it was paid for the first year with the Gear Up funds. It has since moved into the college's mandatories, IT mandatories, because we lost our banner system because it went unsupported, and we could no longer have it be supported at the institution. We had to move away from it. So this just took its place in the mandatories. And thank you, Kyle. It replaced the international application because we were able to move both of the applications to one system. So we were able to offboard that expense. I'll let Tammy talk about EAB.
And the EAB system, that was one of the components in the Title III grant that was approved 4 years ago now. And that we had a 5-year contract that has been signed with EAB Navigate. It has been paid every year through the grant. The grant does run out on September 30th of 2024. And there has been a presentation to the board hoping to extend that timeline because it is highly used and students will be using that dashboard in EAB for registration, for academic planning, for appointment scheduling. There's a to-do list that you can set up for the students as well. So that's where we're at with the contract.
So it's a subscription.
It's a subscription.
So does that need to be budgeted for in fiscal year 2024 or after 2024?
It will need to be budgeted for the 24-25 year. And we do have the cost breakdown for that. We already received that.
I just want to, say thank you. This is exciting stuff, really, and just make a connection back to some budget issues. We've been asked as a board to give the institutions some breathing room to see if they can grow ourselves out of the fiscal situation that we have, and this is basically one of the tools that I assume the college is leaning into to help us grow, and it's one of the reasons why I want to be able to support that, because I can clearly see there's a lot of work going on to help us reach new students, recruit, and aggressively get us back to the enrollment numbers that makes for a healthy college. Any other comments? Okay, we are done with discussion items, but we're not done. There are a handful of reports remaining. The Lane Student Government Association report is up next. If you're still here, yes, you are.
Good evening, Board of Education and President Belger. On behalf of the Lane SGA, I have prepared a report on our concerns and the work we have accomplished during April and our plans for May. To begin, I would like to address the proposal to shut down the health clinic on behalf of ASLCC, and as a student body president tasked with advocating and representing student needs, I'm astounded that there is potential movement to shut down our beloved LCC health clinic. As you witnessed today, I was joined by a plethora of students who testified on behalf of saving the health clinic and stood with us in our efforts to save the health clinic. The health clinic is a crucial service and resource here on campus. It may not serve all students, but the students that are served by it benefit greatly from it. The Health and Wellness Center has been conducting patient satisfaction surveys since November 2022 to assess the quality of health services and its impact on students. Over 100 patients have responded to the survey, and the results indicate that the clinic is consistently providing high-quality service. Most respondents expressed that their experience was excellent, wonderful, great, or 10 out of 10. Patients highlighted the clinic convenience, affordability, and friendly, knowledgeable staff, as well as the welcoming and calm atmosphere. When asked whether having health services on campus contributed to their success as a student, 94% of respondents said yes. The reasons this included was affordability, accessibility, decreased stress, and better health leading to better academic performance. No student, or the remaining 6%, just refused to answer the question. These findings suggest that the LCC Health Clinic is playing an important role in supporting student success and well-being. Based on current student enrollment data from LCC's Institutional Research Department from the summer of 2022 through to the spring of 2023, there were 18,342 unduplicated students. According to administrators, 1/3 are online only, a total of 6,114. If online students were required to pay the $45 fee for the clinic, an additional $275,130 in revenue would be generated. This would entirely cover the clinic's deficit of $260,000. The clinic already provides telehealth and could expand to serve all online students who would have the option of both telehealth and in-person care. Essentially, based off of the proposed scenarios, scenario 2 would fit the model I just discussed. Additionally, I am pleased to report that the Oregon House passed HB 2002 on Monday, and the Senate is taking steps to pass this important bill as well, although understanding that it is on hold. HB 2002 expands reproductive health care and increases access to healthcare. The bill also expands reproductive health care and telehealth at student health clinics at the 7 public universities and Lane Community College with earmarked funding of $1.6 million dedicated to universities and specifically to LCC for its health clinic. Other concerns are that international student insurance provided does not fully cover all public healthcare facilities, and its primary user for international students is the LCC Health Clinic. In a quick survey I conducted over the past week, I had 36 students participate in one question about the health clinic. The question posed was, what is your preferred method of healthcare? The LCC Health Clinic, telehealth, or public healthcare services in Eugene? Of those respondents, 2.8% voted for telehealth, 16.7% voted for public healthcare services in Eugene, and 80.6% voted for the LCC Health Clinic. I understand the reasoning for wanting to shut down the health clinic, but in the light of the recent tuition increase of 5% and LCC being in millions of debt to other areas, I feel that shutting down the health clinic, primarily supported by student funding, would be a poor decision on the board's behalf. The LCC Health Clinic was started by students, and it would be unfair if it was shut down without student consideration or participation. On behalf of the ASLCC student body at large, I urge the board to reconsider the proposal to shut down the health clinic and ask that the board make a decision that keeps and protects our beloved health clinic on campus. In lighter news, the Lane SGA and I had a busy April. We formed stronger relationships with our fellow student leaders and put in place communication channels to better support each other in our endeavors. Amaya and I recently took a trip to Seaside to meet with high school student council leaders and speak with them on how student government differs between high school and higher education. The Lane SGA and I will also be going to our first lobby day next week on Thursday as we advocate for more funding in higher education amongst various other student issues. I also recently went to the Ways and Means Committee to submit a testimony on behalf of all Lane Community College students to fund higher education and its impact it currently has on our student body. We are also supporting our student body further by hosting clothing, hygiene, and school supply drives to provide more resources to our students. I also want to acknowledge and thank board member Austin Folnegi for attending our work session last week to discuss how we can improve communication between the Lane SGA and the Board of Education. Regarding events, our annual Lane SGA elections will be taking place next week, Monday to Wednesday, as we prepare to pass down the torch to newly elected student leaders. I am also pleased to announce that the Lane SGA will be hosting the Community Carnival on Wednesday, May 17th on campus at Bristow Square, and the end of year extravaganza on Friday, May 19th at an outside venue, venue 252. Board of Education members are encouraged and invited to attend either. It dawns on me that our period of office is almost at its end, but I'm incredibly proud of the resilience and hard work put in by the Lane SGA throughout the year. I look forward to delivering my final board report in June. As always, I appreciate the time and efforts that the board has put into supporting us as a student government and our student body. We look forward to continuing and strengthening our relationship with the board and LCC leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigar. Next up, we have the LCCEA report from Adrian Mitchell.
Good evening, board members and President Bulger. I'm going to report on a few topics. First, regarding the health clinic, thank you for allowing the additional time for all of the testimony this evening. That was greatly appreciated by faculty, and I would imagine by everyone in the campus community as well. As you heard from the many authentic and compelling voices, there's broad support for this critically needed service. We urge you to especially consider student voices, which should be central to any decisions about the clinic and its fees. We also support scenario 2 as a reasonable solution. It's important to note regarding the implications for faculty who work in the clinic that the administration has not followed our contract in notifying faculty about the clinic closures and meeting to discuss alternatives for a period of at least 30 days before notifying individual faculty members. This did not take place. Following basic timelines for notice and engaging in good faith discussions about alternatives, about decisions as consequential as program closures and layoffs are fundamental not only to our contractual protections, but also to trust and functional labor relations. On a related matter, LCCEA and LCC are going to mediation regarding bargaining over the impacts of Common Course numbering and working conditions. The college has proposed no compensation or relief for faculty workloads to accommodate revising courses to comply with state mandated Common Course numbering. Other community colleges in the state are providing release time for faculty to make the required curriculum changes without even having to negotiate. I'm disheartened to report on an unrelated matter that yesterday we also learned about the cancellation of the summer rites of passage programs. And we are deeply concerned about this cancellation and its implications for our campus and community. While there are some proposed recruitment courses associated with CTE during the academic year, this is not an expansion of rites of passage. Instead, it is a cancellation of our critically important summer recruitment programs that build a bridge to Native American, Asian and Pacific Islander, African American, and Latinx Chicanx communities. The Board of Education has long been a fervent supporter of the rites of passage programs, but we've not heard any discussion about this cancellation, so we're very surprised and confused. We're asking for more information about this change, the rationale on which it was based, and information about the extent to which community groups were included in this decision and informed that summer rites of passage programs would be discontinued. On a positive note, I would like to express appreciation for 3 faculty members: Christina Howard, our Physical Therapy Assistant Program Coordinator, Rick Riordan, the Health Information Management Program Coordinator, and Chuck Nichols, Manufacturing Faculty Member, who all testified in support of community college funding at the higher education hearing last week. And we also saw board member Austin Fulnaghy testifying as well. So thank you, deeply appreciate all the time that you all dedicate to advocating for community college funding. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, rounding out our reports is Frankie Kokenor for LCCEF.
Hello again. I do want to discuss the health clinic again. I would like to address the issue that's been brought up of percentage of students using the health clinic. As any major decision at Lane Community College, it's better when we collaboratively design an inclusion of all stakeholders. Students need knowledge of their options if they are to utilize services. First, many students do not understand that the student health fee means that they have health clinic available to them right here on campus. The clinic is not a high traffic area, as we all know. Visual access is helpful if you want someone to notice and access something. Just so you guys are all aware, we're hidden right on the other side of that little cul-de-sac thing in the bottom of Building 18. We're fairly well hidden on this campus. Perhaps the college could support better information to all students so that they know they have a health clinic option. Second, adequate staffing needs to be present in order to not only support these students who come to us, but to increase that. One must prime the well, so to speak. The clinic is down to one medical provider and one nurse. Before COVID-19, we had two full-time medical providers, and then we had 3 part-time providers through Cascade Health. 2 of them worked at Mackenzie Willamette Emergency Room. One of them, he worked at Cascade Health over off of Coburg Road, who rotated shifts there at the clinic. Under that model, the administration has us, we can't always schedule visits for students that are needed. They call in and they need to be seen right away. We filled all our appointments that Kathy has for that day. And Kathy isn't a provider like what you get at Peace Health or OMG. She doesn't just get you in and get you out really quick, that 15-minute model that you get. She takes time with these patients. And so does Carly when she has patients. They spend a lot of time making sure their needs are met. And so we would be better to meet the student needs. We need to be able to get another provider in there. I know it's expensive. I know it hurts. I would donate money for this if I had money to donate. I'm not very rich, sorry. So I wish I was. Just remember, we are not a for-profit college. We're a community college. We are beginning, as I mentioned to all of you last month, to bargain. One of the things that we're looking for is a way to limit the number of temporary 1039 employees. These employees are meant to be filling temporary positions. What we're asking is the college to make positions permanent if they have been filled for 1 year or more. Why is this important? It's because we have had employees that have held these positions for more than 5 years. We even had a temporary employee who had been in their position for over 20 years. How is that temporary? It's because 1039 employees have no protections, no benefits. The college is not required to provide anything more than what the government stipulates. And a lot of that is just give them a little bit of sick leave, and it's very minimal that they get. These employees deserve more. Many of these employees are Lane grads. What does this tell our students? We train you with an ever increasingly expensive education and then have you come work for us and get paid the least amount of money that we can get you hired for. That doesn't seem to feel right to me. We know that the college has been struggling and that this has been a hard year. This has also been a difficult 3 years on the employees. We're still struggling with higher expenses. We are hurting. Please do something more to help your lowest paid employees. Thank you for your time tonight, all of you. And I know this has been a long night and it's been a hard discussion. I'm so proud of our students that were here today. I am proud of the faculty and I'm really proud of our classified professionals that came today from LCC and from the community around us. Thank you to all of you and have a good night and get home safely. We're all tired. Thank you.
You too, Frankie. Thank you. All righty, home stretch here. Informational reports. There are several of them, and they're in your packet. Folks have an opportunity to read those and reach out to Dr. Bulger and others if there are questions. So we will move to good of the order, future meeting dates and agenda items. Dr. Bulger, do you have anything to say about this and the updates for us?
No, I don't think there are any changes.
Any questions from anybody else regarding? Yes, Lisa? Yep.
And I would hope that it was the timely.
It's the Zoom folks who can't hear you.
Yeah, I know.
I actually can hear her, actually.
I'm loud, but I know I'm all about the microphones for the digital environment. Thank you to everybody who has been signaling me all evening. So I appreciated that Adrian Mitchell mentioned the rites of passage, Bridge of Gods, Puertas Abiertas. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name for the Asian American Pacific Islander Bridge program, but I'd like to request that we have an agenda to discuss
what I'm hearing is a discontinuation of the summer bridge programs. I think that these are programs that are incredibly valued by our community, that have a long history locally. And what I initially had thought was an expansion of engagement with students in our communities is beginning to sound to me like it may actually be eliminating a really what I perceive as a really valuable program. So I'd like to request that that be added to the agenda as soon as we are able. I think regardless of what the outcome is around the health clinic, I do think it is the responsibility of the board to have these conversations and to talk about the programs and services that we offer at the college. And so I'd like the opportunity to be updated and to discuss it.
We'd be happy to do that. There was an article about the transition of those programs into something that was more of a year-long program as opposed to a summer program. It's worth bringing to the board to have a longer and lengthier presentation about it.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, and we'll get that scheduled as soon as it makes sense to do so. Go ahead, Austin.
Just really briefly, I'm really looking forward to the Small Business Development Center presentation. I believe that's happening in our next meeting. OCCA, we're still fighting up in Salem to get proper budget and proper funding for community colleges, and I'm happy that I'm up there presenting and to advocating for that. Additionally, with OCCA, the nominating committee has nominated me to be the vice president of the OCCA. Hopefully by later this month, they'll officially elect me to that role, and I'll be taking on those roles and responsibilities. Stephanie, Dr. Bulger was part of the nominating committee, and I really appreciated her efforts in that. And yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this budgetary process that we're going through.
Any other